bad weather and challenged Gachagua to record a statement with the DCI over the matter. Gachagua had called for a public inquest into the chopper crash, alleging that it had been fueled with adulterated oil.
I have intelligence information as follows. On the fateful day after Ngeno was dropped at Edebes, the helicopter went to fuel in Eldoret. The pilot didn't know the fuel he was about to put in had been transported to the scene from Lod. High alert Kenya Revenue officials noticed an unusual car that had carried the jet fuel. It was arrested and the driver questioned. The driver refuted to them that he transported the fuel from Lod. Immediately, this KRA official and the police Eldoret Airstream were instructed from Nairobi to release the driver if they cared about their lives. Is it this fuel that caused the chopper not to pick up in high altitudes? Is that why the pilot first came down and tried again to pick up? These are fundamental questions. What did Kipchumba Murkomen know about the people who called this KRA officer and the police at Eldoret Airstream officials? Can KEA produce the CCTV footage at the facility on this fateful date?
Former Chief Justice David Maraga has called on Kenyans to maintain unity and support the opposition ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking during the launch of the People's Renaissance Movement party led by Saboti Member of Parliament Caleb Amisi, Maraga was the presidential candidate of the UGM party, said the upcoming election will be critical in determining the country's direction. Maraga also urged opposition parties to set aside their differences and unite to challenge President William Ruto's administration.
An end to the state capture and facilitated corruption. They need a country where everyone is subject to the rule of law. That's why we at UGM are on a mission to reset, restore, and rebuild our country with really tangible development, not just brick and mortar. That mission can be achieved if we all join hands.
Lamu Woman Representative Muthoni Marubu and Gatundu South MP Gabriel Kagombe have quit UDA ahead of the 2027 general election. Marubu said she had withdrawn her planned entry into UDA after 3 months of grassroots mobilization in Lamu, during which she held 42 meetings and registered party members and aspirants. She said the grassroots exercise had exposed what she described as an untenable political relationship and announced that she, her team, and political allies will no longer participate in UDA activities or elections. The woman representative has also asked the UDA leadership to deregister the aspirants she mobilized, saying the party should undertake its own grassroots mobilization. Speaking in Kiambu, Kagombe blamed the government for failing to deliver key development projects, including roads and support for the tea sector. Both leaders have yet to disclose their next political parties. In other news, KPLC Managing Director and CEO Engineer Joseph Siror has explained the technical causes behind National Grid and Stability Days after a power outage hit several parts of the country, including Nairobi. According to Siror, some blackouts are not always caused by a total lack of power generation, and instead they can be triggered by the electrical grid's automated protective systems. Speaking to the media in Nairobi, Siror linked sudden blackouts directly to sharp imbalances between electricity generation and consumer demand.
A grid stability is dependent on two key factors: generation, demand. Of course, there are parameters that one always has to monitor. That is the voltage and the frequency. If they go beyond certain levels, for its own safety and the safety of other equipment, the grid will trip. Actually, what you would call an outage at times. It's just the system kicking a mechanism to protect further damage.
And DCI detectives have arrested 6 suspects and rescued 3 Indian nationals in Waweru, Kiambu County in a suspected human trafficking case. The 3 arrived in Kenya through JKA on 5th August but were later reported missing. They were traced to a house in the Fort Jesus area of Waweru where investigators believe they were being held against their will. The DCI says investigations are ongoing to establish possible accomplices and links to a wider trafficking network. The suspects are being processed for arraignment. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide. Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them they already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Members of parliament, they go to State House, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did Parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament,
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
That's it?
Good morning.
For all interested parties, it's the 12th of August.
Yeah. Today's a very big day, you know.
Oh?
Yeah.
Continue.
Today's a very big day because conversation is starting on how we headed to 2060. So today, President William Ruto, that town hall, that meeting, that public participation is taking place today at KICC. So we expect a lot of conversations. Strategy is being laid. Good morning, Nduh. How are you doing?
My darling, I'm okay. How are you?
Me? Salama.
All right.
Yes.
Look, it's a new day. Hey.
Mambo ndio haya.
My friend, you know, first of all, we unafaa wait till I've had coffee, at least 2 sips, before you start telling me things. See, wait kidogo.
Sijalewa na. Mimi sitaki kukalia kitu. Nikwambie tu.
Okay.
But you're well?
I'm okay.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
Yes. Whatever.
Yes. You are okay. And circumstances that do persist.
I'm trying to confirm if our live streams are up before I start lying to people that they are and then they're not. Okay, they actually are. Very good morning to everybody. Aseto is fine. We need to make sure that you're getting enough hours of sleep. Beyond trying to make sure that, you know, we move regardless.
Yeah.
Kila mtu ako sawa. We have confirmed we are fine.
Kabisa.
Tuendelea. We need, I don't know, Marion, turn on the lights in this place. Because it's dark outside. It's okay either way. Marion, good morning. Skitty, good morning. Everybody, good morning. We are fine. JB, good morning. Mutanu, we don't know where she is yet, but let's just go through this very, very fast. Everybody's well? Yes. Rigathi Gachagua decided that yesterday he's going to give a 1 hour, 28 minute and 56 second rundown of Ruto at 4.
Yeah.
Yes, so he did that actually until he was sipping water. Yeah. It was that long.
Sips water.
Let's
continue.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
He did. And after he finished that, people who were in Naivasha decided, you know what, we're going to halt proceedings and do our own presser. How dare you?
How dare you?
Yeah.
You know, the beautiful thing about all that is that they were listening and they were noting down things for them to respond. How interesting.
If you have to answer to every dog that barks,
then
you have to ask a question or two about yourself.
You're not heading anywhere.
Right. So that will, of course, form the basis of some of the conversations that we'll have today. Of course, we know that the town hall, city hall, is taking place this morning at KICC with the president, and he's going to chart out the plan, I assume.
Yep.
For the road to 2063.
Okay, please don't call it the plan.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just
chart
say
out
the vision 20. Yes,
blueprint.
Please.
Is that better?
Yeah,
okay.
Because the plan, we're already in the plan. So just...
Blueprint towards 2063 is happening this morning. And so now, that means Naivasha is over. Everybody has now flown back.
Naivasha should be over.
It's over. Everybody's flying back this morning in whatever vehicle of air you choose.
Yes.
So everybody will come back this morning and then they will all proceed to the KICC. I'm left to wonder. When is work actually done?
Never.
Oh, okay.
Never. You realize, Nduh, that yesterday we had pretty much entire parliament government. So even committees in National Assembly and Senate were not sitting because individuals were discussing 2027, who's going to be number 2, and how they're going to form government. You know, yet already they are in government.
So when exactly is work done?
That's interesting. The people who are in government are planning how they're going to form
How to form government.
Okay. It's interesting because also the president the day before had said we must win in 2027.
Must. It's where
He
you
said
underline.
we must. Then he came back and said by the grace of God.
Yeah.
But then we must
win.
So look, nobody's taking any prisoners in this thing, and everybody's going all out to make sure that they are the ones who are at the top, while Kenyans are watching.
Yeah.
And our interest is always with the Kenyans. The Kenyans.
Because we afflict the
comfortable and comfort the afflicted.
Yes.
This is the Situation Room. A very good morning to you at 16 after 6 o'clock on this Wednesday, hump day, the 12th of August. We're already halfway through the month, basically. So if there's something that you were supposed to have done at the beginning of this month or the end of last month and you haven't done it, guess what? You are half the month late. Ahem. So this morning, we're going to have a couple of conversations. At 7 o'clock, we're going to be looking at Ruto at 4, promises versus delivery. We're going to bring in a lot of stuff that was said by Rigathi Gachagua and have that conversation with 2 analysts, Javas Bigambo and Dismas Mukua. That conversation takes us on at 7 o'clock. And what we're going to do in that conversation is to look at some of these things, whether it's fact or fiction. Okay? So that's the conversation that we will have at 7. And then at 8 o'clock, we'll talk with Eric Okoh, who is a security and governance expert. He'll be here to form. And this is, but we often get confused as to whether it's an interview. It's a conversation. And so we're going to move things in some of the things that we ask and talk about. Lessons from 2007 post-election violence. What have we learned ahead of 2027? That we don't have this conversation enough is then a reason why we should, if that makes sense. Because the indicators are very clear. Now, what you do with those indicators ahead of time is that you then apply them to the current situation and see what will happen in the future. So it's necessary for us to talk about that. Dr. Victoria Kanana is a public health emergency preparedness and response lead with the Kenya National Public Health Institute in the Ministry of Health. She's going to join us at 9 o'clock, and we're going to be talking about Ebola preparedness and response. It is enough of a threat for us to have that conversation, and we'll look at some of the numbers and then what you and I need to do to make sure that we are safe and prepared just in case anything might happen, especially if you're a frequent traveler or if you've come in contact with somebody who is sour, especially around the areas where there is the disease burden. So that's what our conversations look like today, all bearing in mind that we'll also patch in to our KTN reporters, my friend Grace Ganga. And Ochanda will be at the KICC, and we'll then be able to hear word from them in terms of what's going on and how that progresses as we get into the morning. Sawa. That's what it looks like today. Karibuni sana. Thank you for being here. Yes, indeed. Our Nairobi frequency 94.4 has a little bit of an issue, and so that's being looked at to see what then can be done. In the meantime, you can catch us on our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and in other frequencies around the country. Karibu sana. Dennis Tola Aseto is in fine form. He's here this morning, and we're getting into it kabisa. Now, we'll say hello to you in just a minute, so keep on coming into the room. And a very good morning to our audience on KTN, this morning. So, Nouakchott.
Yes, Nouakchott. So we've established they have the longest and heaviest train, the iron ore train, because it ferries gold, it ferries iron ore, right? But the proverb this morning, let's just go straight to it. When praying for a madman, never close your eyes.
If I were to apply logical thought, as one of my professors, Dr. Monroe, would say at some point, you then also have to think about the opposite. That you who is praying for a madman,
are you mad?
Ato, what's wrong with you? So indeed, if that, and of course it's imagery, so it represents something else, that if you're praying for what would be an impossible situation, or what would be what could potentially bring evil to you, then you also have to be cautious in terms of the outcome of that prayer. In life, how do you apply it? Just, I think, being cautious of our surroundings and being cautious of our atmosphere in which we are in, to then be able to know that which you may pray for may actually be the one that would hurt you later. Abi?
Yes. It's, at the end of the day, when you go to a battle, you best know how best to get into that battle. So you're going to a battle where people have guns. If you go there with screams, my friend, you're gone.
One time.
Right?
One time.
Yes.
I came out before I had a chance to think about it.
So exactly.
Time is the word I was going for.
So just know the surrounding you're in.
Yeah. Okay. That's
You
a good
can
one.
pray. You can pray from your car. You can pray from your house. You can pray on top of roofs. Yeah.
But just do it like this.
Just do it like this.
Right.
Yep.
So let's get into it. And I say good morning to you, Andrew Franklin. We see you indeed. Yes, it has not returned the signal. It went off last night. It's being worked on. So we'll get into that in just a minute.
Yes.
Somebody's working on that. So please just bear with us. Like I said, in the meantime, catch us on our live streams or our digital streams, essentially, that you can find us here. And I will get back to you. Yeah. As quickly as possible. All right, let's say hello to you. Peter Chiari is tuned in this morning and says, good morning from Mombasa. Remember, you can start late, start over, lose it all, fall again and again, yet still succeed. Fall 10 times. But if you don't get up, that's when you failed. We can always keep getting up, guys. Let's keep getting up. Good morning, Spice. Kisa Daniel says, tuned in. D Combo is tuned in and says, good morning, Wangwana. Good morning to you. G Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Don Sabwa, good morning. Nduh and Aseto, good morning. Bwana Aseto.
Yes.
Did you hear Riggy rattle not only a snake, but all the snakes? Will they bite?
Well, I just had them respond, bite, not yet.
Not yet bite? Okay. And then people writing long soliloquies, just answering.
Just tell us.
Bwana,
what you do.
Somebody rattled somebody, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Kimiak, a fine Wednesday morning to preach the gospel that says nothing good will come out of the Kenya Kwanzaa administration. Kimiak, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, sir.
Alex Gyokomwai says, good morning, tune in from Kitale to have a fabulous day, and to you too. Mwangi Mike says, good morning, wonderful morning combo. I hope you've brought yourselves your favorite soda now that its consumption has become a parameter of determining economic growth in this country.
Yes, you can buy one or two. You're doing very well economically.
Buy a soda.
Yeah, 60 bob.
Buy a soda today.
Yeah, 60 bob.
Sheesh, man.
Yeah, we'll judge an economy based off that.
Yeah, we're judging the economy based on how much a soda is today.
And whether you can buy.
Let's not talk about whether it's...
Let's not talk whether how much more than you're getting to spend to treat diabetes and other things.
No, but who are we talking about here? Are we talking about the people who... Are we talking about the majority of people who do not have 200 shillings for a meal?
Yeah.
Right? And then what you're telling me is that, life is good.
Yeah.
Because from your 200 shillings, even if it is 1,000 shillings, my friend,
you can buy soda.
You can buy soda for 60 bob.
You can buy soda.
That's an economic indicator.
Yeah. That's an economic indicator, because then we used to call it zero diet in high school. So zero diet is good diet for you. Zero diet is an indicator that you're doing well economically, that you're able to take your children to school, you're able to pay your house rent, you're able to move from point A to point B, you're able to pay your taxes, you're able to pay for SHA, you're able to pay for affordable housing. You are able to go to Singapore and you're able to go to Vision 2060. Why? Because you can afford a 60 pop soda.
I'm not even going to get annoyed anymore.
Yeah, don't.
No, I'm not going to get pissed off. No, there's no need. Because that's what you do. You don't waste your emotions on the ridiculousness of some things.
Yeah.
I said it out loud.
Soda economy.
So can you imagine? On Monday, was I not telling you on Monday that there's always something? There's always something.
Yeah.
By the time you finish one and even try to...
There's another one.
There's another one. Now somebody's coming to tell you that soda.
Yeah.
Soda.
Soda.
See, let me just... if you can have my peace. Good morning, Nduh. Simply this: if the economy grows, then employment opportunities arise, which will make paying help easier. It's the economy stupid? Yes. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, SpiceFM team. Who keeps cutting public participation agreements and inserting things during policy creations? Example, finance bill, name and disintegrate. Yes. Who does that?
Yep.
Chukunzira says, good morning, TSR. The city in the sun. Doha is tuned in. A very good morning to you. Leo says, hello, Princess Nduh and Aseto. How much of the 80 billion has been used in preparing for El Nino by the county of Nairobi? As a nation, how prepared are we for disaster response mechanisms?
We are not.
Let me tell you, Minor. I've decided today I'm talking to Minor.
Yes.
You have, unless I have not been to the city, I am still annoyed about that contraption that is at the end of at the beginning of Haile Selassie, that junction of Haile Selassie and Gong Road, then heading in the direction of Landis. What is that thing and who uses it? Has anybody been down there? Is it complete, or are we just going to continue building?
The only new thing I've seen is that on the stairs that take you downstairs, at least there's light. So the place is lit up now.
Yeah, but who's
anyone
going down
using
there?
No one.
Who's going down there? Because
Nobody.
Essentially what it does, okay, let's assume that you're coming from Railways, the club, right? And you're walking along and you say, you know what? I don't want to walk with all of these people. Or what would be your motivation? Then you go under this thing and then you come out where?
Let me tell you.
What have you achieved?
As long as you're using that road and there's a police officer on that junction, just know that thing is as useless as is. It's that simple, because that construction that happened there ought to have gotten rid of police officers, because there was nobody who was supposed to be walking.
No, but I'm actually asking, where do you end up? Do you end up next to Parliament? Where do you end up?
No,
when you go
you're
under
just crossing the road.
It's just for crossing the road?
Yeah.
Damn it, then why didn't they just put a zebra crossing and then have marshals on the street to cross over? You spend billions of shillings for people to cross the road.
So their businesses, I think there's a police station as well. So they call it an entire ecosystem beneath the city.
I'm going to move on because I'm going to hurt myself in a minute. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning, Team Spice. Nduh and Dennis watching from Portland, Oregon. Riggy G has perfected the art of stealing the thunder from Ruto. Proper. Hey.
He's a good student, one would say.
True. Today's that day for another talk shop. Will lead to nothing but another report to gather dust on the shelf, like the Nduh report, education report, and the rest. It seems like that's what people are thinking is going to happen at KICC this morning. Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Christina, Afro Cinema continues. Kenyan politics has turned into the house of cards. Oh, anyways, good morning. I'm telling you, the producer who will come from wherever and decide that they're going to do a series will make a lot of money.
True.
J.J. Abrams, you have a missed call. Or somebody else, even from here. Yeah, Leo says 94.4 is a lot. Yes, it is. It'll come back. It's being worked on. Good morning or night to each one. A lovely week Wednesday to each one of us, says Drift Session. Jennifer Tenney says, good morning to our darling Aseto. Good morning to our lonely Nduh. Lonely? Lonely. I am so lonely. I have nobody for my own. Ooh. You called me lonely, Jennifer. Now we'll sing the song. May the intercessors pray for this country. Assalamu alaikum, says Liumi. Kenya is like a rocking chair. Keeps one busy but doesn't take anyone anywhere.
True.
Another victim murdered in police custody. It's diabolical. It actually is diabolical.
Yeah.
If you would say that we are going to just sort out police, but only that.
Yeah.
Deal with that.
That alone.
Deal with that alone. Come on. You know what? I said I'm going to be in my soft era this morning. I'm not going to be too distant. I'm just going to be... but then now...
Let me tell you. Soft era can never happen. It's very difficult, because every corner you take, something must just make you angry. Because, okay, fine, now we are at 80 billion. What has it done? Remember, 80 billion is outside that construction that happened at Haile Selassie. So let's look at 80 billion in Nairobi today. We're being asked, what are we doing with 80 billion to prepare for El Nino? NDMA hasn't said anything. Yet El Nino, as we've been told, is coming. Okay.
I'm breathing.
Breathe.
I'm just breathing.
But we jambiwa the way we ask intelligent questions.
Hey! Auntie Mercy, haujatufanya poa bwana. Auntie Mercy, why?
Yeah.
Isakale says Kenya's political circus has been busy. PRM launch, that happened yesterday. Broad-based government meetup, yes, that was a high tea something. Then Gachagua with Ruto at 4 bomb, and government hit back before the echoes died. Somebody high Thursday, I know, and it's just Wednesday. Isakale, good morning to you. Baba Three Girls, good morning, great to have you here. Happy World Youth Day. Yes, where is Oburu Oginga? Young people is a myth. Junat Mohammed, Suna East MP. Is that what he said? Young people are a myth? Okay.
Yeah.
Wanda says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto from Toronto. Happy hump day indeed to you too. Studies show voters who don't receive payments are much more likely to hold politicians accountable for stealing. I guess the reverse is true.
True.
Yes. Mutuflani says, good morning all. Red's favorite person is Nduh. Atakama, you choose green. Thank you so much. I see that. Will the public be at KICC? Will it be the usual crowds? Je ne sais pas. Let's see. Beatrice Omanwa says, good morning. Good morning to you. Mwakapiela Luhimbo says, good morning, Dar es Salaam, Nduh and Co. I keep asking myself, why can't our countries develop a sustainable funding model or formula for education? There is too much malafide coming from politicians. Yes, there is. Malafide. Good morning, SpiceFM and the entire Situation Room. This is Abraham Chola says good morning. Good morning to you. Wheezy. Good morning, Spice. Good morning. Epic Manual says good morning. Soda drinking nation people. Yes. Drink soda. That's how you know your economy is doing well.
Drink soda.
Good morning, Princess Nduh and the wonderful Aseto. Rosie Kibunja, I love that name. Says, Dunia isimame tulambe glucose. It's 3 much. Hope we are not the madmen being prayed for, or vice versa. Indeed. Paul Kameri says, soda is a luxury. Somebody who can afford soda has already bought milk. Thank you. Ama? Or you just buy it to push over? I don't know. My princess, taking Baba to Bondo is the only promised delivery according to Rigiji. Good morning. Yeah, he actually said that out loud in daylight.
Yeah.
He did. Abraham says, good morning. Yes, we see you. Good morning to you. Tuned in from Greenfields. Good to have you here. Samuel Obama says, don't forget the incumbents. Yes, they are. Temporary incumbents.
Yes.
But the courts have said we'll just have to deal with this in 2027. Mwangi Ngrisha says, good morning. Tuned in from Kiandutsu and Thika. And Mwangi Juma is tuned in this morning with all that UDA claim opposition does not have, including brains. UDA and ODM are having sleepless nights at Naivasha, if not in State House. Yes. Soda drinking people are greeting one another.
Yeah.
Sam says, good morning, Watus. What happened to bottoms up? Now we are moving to 2060. Please remember to ask Javas. Yes, we'll ask him. I hope he brings us soda. Boko and Jerry says, good morning, crew from Nyamakima. Our businesses are on the deathbed. Karioko Roundabout is a farmland, not a road. God help us. May he just. And Thomas Osoro says, good morning, Spice team. Good looking guys. Wishing you a lovely Wednesday. Rigi unlocking Ruto badly. Vintage says into the song, but I just had to sing. They call me lonely. Lonely is not necessarily a bad thing. Rigi G is evolving into a proper leader of opposition. This is Hood Films. He just needs a shadow cabinet and boom. Okay. Yes, Margaret Gathoni, a very good morning to you. Yes, our Nairobi signal frequency right now has a problem. So it's being worked on, so just bear with us. In the meantime, you can find us right here as that is being worked on. Sawa. Thank you for keeping eyes on all of that. All right. What's to do? Let's see what's going on with the weather this morning. Is it warming up? Are we seeing the clouds forming? Take a look at what's also going on the roads with traffic, and then we'll come back and look into the headlines. Karibu sana. Lovely to have you in the Situation Room this morning at 26 to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
11 degrees and partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see a high of 26, and it is 14 and clear in Nakuru, with 11 and partly cloudy conditions into Nyeri. Eldoret is clear at 12, and we'll see a high of 24. Clear conditions at 19 in Kisumu, and it's clear at 16 in Kakamega. Mombasa is sunny at 22, and we'll see sunny conditions through Wednesday at 24 currently in Malindi. It's sunny at 17 in Marsabit, and crossing over to Kampala, clear skies at 17, and it's partly sunny at 21 in Dar es Salaam. 5 degrees and cloudy with lowering temperatures in Johannesburg, and we'll see a high of 10 and a low of 4. It's 25 degrees and clear in Lagos, and 17 and clear into London. Cloudy conditions at 25 in Beijing, and it is clear at 26 Tuesday night in New York.
Build spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, way this morning. If you're on the Thika Superhighway, then you're not going to have too much of an issue coming in all the way to the city. And we'll get to the Pangani underpass, as is to be expected. A little bit of traffic as you try to find your way through towards Muranga Road on one side and then towards Wangari Maathai on the other. But you should be okay for all that we can see at the moment. There's traffic is starting to build on Jogo Road as you get out towards Landis, and we'll see traffic all along Haile Selassie because the tomatoes and the onions are, and the ginger is competing with vehicles. Yeah, traffic there this morning. The southern bypass looks good. That's the way for you to get into the city and then out without having to go through the city. Get out of the city without having to go through it. Right. Okay. Let's keep an eye on all of this. Keep it moving this morning. Let's talk SpiceFM EONX. # The Situation Room.
As the sun rises, so do we, as we trust it to rise and set without any worries interrupting your day. StarTime's home solar solution with solar panels, hybrid inverter, and lithium battery. Powering your prosperity and happier life. Empowering you to do the things that really matter. A complete and reliable home solar solution. Call us today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, now we want to look into the headlines, and we're going to start with Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. And what do we see here? Gachagua bombshell. That's what's on the front page.
Yes. Boom.
Road to the general election is 2027. That's what we're doing. Broken promises, failed plans, soaring debt, corruption, and alleged state-backed killings are some of the things Rigathi Gachagua accuses President William Ruto of perpetrating. In a blistering attack, the former deputy president alleged his former boss was presiding over a collapsing economy, trampling on the rule of law, and using a revolving door of grand plans to distract Kenyans from 4 years of broken promises. Government leaders, however, dismissed the claims as the thoughts of a leader desperate for publicity. So, what are some of the issues raised by Gachagua? Broken campaign promises. He accuses President Ruto of abandoning the promises that propelled him to power. Okay. He also says failed government programs. He claims better, which is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The NADCO report final and 10-point agenda. Let's just be honest, none of that was actually implemented, but let's keep it moving. And he says those have failed to deliver with new plans meant to distract Kenyans. Okay. He says that human rights and the rule of law alleges the breakdown of law and order, extrajudicial killings, abductions, and use of goons by state agencies. Are the police a state agency? Are people turning up dead in police stations having been last seen with the police?
Yes.
All right. I'm just asking. Economic hardship blames the administration for rising taxes, fuel and transport costs, high utility bills, food price increases, and stagnant job market. Okay. He talks about heavy borrowing and rising debt, accuses the government of excessive borrowing, citing an average of 1.4 trillion shillings annually. Okay. Whew. That's just, and I said the man talked for 1 hour and 28 seconds. 28 minutes. A little bit more, actually. So these are some of the things that he said. No sooner had he said that, the people said in Naivasha, come on, you can't. And then there's a counter. But interestingly enough, and I'm just saying this, unless I didn't hear correctly, there was no denial of the things that he said, but there was an attack on the man and his personality. It would be interesting to see if the things he said can be rebutted and say, actually, what you are saying is not the case because here is the case. So they attacked him and not the issues that he brought up. I'm just saying.
It's true.
So no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would you attack the truth? Anyway.
I just thought that it was
interesting. Yeah,
it was interesting to just see that, but it will be nice to see in the next coming days. I think maybe we will hear this morning at KICC that they've told us that these things were actually done, and I don't know what stratosphere you would be operating in to then be able to see that. But if it's been done, then maybe they will say has been done, and these are the pictures to show. So no, I expect something like the housing agenda to come up at KICC this morning.
Yeah, I'm still stuck at the bottom-up transformation agenda.
You're stuck?
Up there is where it's at.
You're stuck in the bottom.
Because that's where the promise was. So let's look at the guys in the bottom. Where are they? If they're still there, then iko shida. Because there's no transformation agenda that happened to those at the bottom.
Wait. You know me, I can see you. All systems as IEBC rolls out Kim's ballot tenders. Okay. It is in the farm that the grain is tampered with. Okay, so the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has officially opened the tendering process for the multi-billion shilling election technology and materials, exactly 1 year ahead of the decisive August 10th, 2027 polls. Politicians have in the past faulted the system and are watching this keenly. Everybody's watching very closely. Who will win the tender? Where will they bring it from? Will the tenderee, is it a tenderee? The person who wins the tender?
That one, eh?
But it's called a tenderee. Are they somebody's friend? Is it actually the money that they said it's going to cost that it's going to cost?
Let me tell you. Do you know that's just another money pit? Because come 2032, we are buying new Kim's kits again. Because the shelf life is just 5 years. Summer money pit.
Money pit?
Yes.
You know, my dad used to say, mirth comes about when you lack another response. So you just laugh. You just smile. Because the other that you would employ might be disastrous. So, more than music, young stars turn song into messages that matter. And I love this.
Yes.
Anybody who is living outside, Yani, you're not living under a rock, would understand that the arts are political.
Yeah.
That they can be for social justice. It's not just something you do when you're bored. You don't just go grab a guitar with your 50,000 piercings and say, let me sing a song. No. That if you don't actually take serious some of these things, music, the arts, across board, and what they can actually be agents of, then we are joking. Like I said, anybody who is living outside, not under a rock, and doesn't see the importance of what you can do with arts in countries, those who get it are miles ahead, by the way. Maybe that ought to be something that's said this morning. Or is it too late?
No.
We're giving the public participation.
Yes, public participation.
Right.
Yeah.
Court bars Kenya Railways boss from office duties. What did he do? Railways Managing Director CEO Philip Mainga has suffered a setback from the Employment and Labour Relations Court, issued interim orders barring him from occupying or exercising the powers of a state corporation's top office. Justice Nzioki Wamakao issued the orders after considering a petition raised by John Machuma Nyongesa, who had challenged the legality of Mainga's continued tenure. As in, excuse me, why is this guy still here? Can we get somebody else? So court says, actually, you know what? How about we have a conversation? You sit over there for a minute and let's figure out what's going on here. And then now when we're done, should you be allowed to come back, then you can bring us back.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, come not hither.
Tulia uko.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Tulia uko.
Tulia uko.
In Old English would be come not hither.
Yeah.
Justice Abureli rejects a bid to make 67 years the jail limit. Okay. The judges are having some fun. Death row convicts argued that lengthy sentences could amount to life imprisonment. Okay. Judges reject arguments saying the convict could not enjoy review of terms twice. The High Court has rejected a bid to cap all jail sentences at 67 years, the normal life expectancy for Kenyans. Yani, so if you're 67 and you're serving a sentence, you should be able to come out.
Okay.
Do you understand? Judge said, yeah, right. You're joking.
But you know, usually you find that someone perhaps is in court under different crimes, right? So you find if you're 4 different crimes, each crime attracts a different sentencing. So if you put everything together, comes to 120. I am sorry, but you are not Moses. But 120 is yours.
Methuselah is the one who
will deal with it.
You're not what? You're not Moses. You're silly. Yeah, so...
Oh, even if you're Moses, you're not Moses of the Bible. Yes, let me say it like that. Yes.
So, James Mwega Gathuri, as is the one who was saying his sentence was reviewed downwards to 40 years after the Supreme Court found the mandatory death sentence was unconstitutional.
Okay.
So now this petitioner is saying, if you want to sentence somebody, they should not go beyond 67 years. After that, let the person out, because according to the life expectancy for Kenya, you're going to die anyway. Court says, nice try.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. Did you know? Fox, you know Fox, not Fox Ilea, the forest, Fox Ilea TV. The court has ordered the KCB, which group has been barred from interfering with. No, it's not that Fox. It's another Fox. The dispute with investment firm Fox Capital Investment Limited, which accuses the lender of withholding funds for more than 6 months. As in, you lent me money, then you're not giving me. Kana pesa yako.
So, mbona pesa ngapi?
46 billion.
146
billion. You're not even bothered with who said what you can. 146
146. So they requested for credit.
Yes.
It was approved, but it was never disbursed.
No.
Okay. So are they paying back
So why
the debt?
did we even have a conversation? See,
146 billion. People are moving crazy amounts, man.
Tambo, when I borrow 146 billion, you know the kind of business you have to be operating, my friend. Abductions. Court rebukes Ruto team over payment list. Excuse me. So the people who are doing mago with this thing. The High Court in Nairobi has called out Macau Mutua's compensation team for leaving out 35 persons who had been abducted during Gen Z protests from the compensation list during the verification exercise. Bora umeguzwa unalipwa. Sasa wewe, why are you refusing some other people to be paid? Gachagua says Ruto has broken all his promises that swept him to power. All, really? Not even one? Come on, Rigi. Well, we'll look into that a little bit more. CS Bari, Junet, and Ichungwa tell off the former DP. So now they formed a conference, press conference, and they came out and they said, no, come on, cannot be talking like this. And look at the people in this press conference. They can see there Kimani Ichungwa, Silvanus Osoro, Junet Mohammed, Senator Cherarge. Yes. Yes.
How important was that Naivasha meeting if individuals had to work out to respond to one regard Gachagua? Because that would only mean that they had spent 1 hour,
28 minutes,
and
16 seconds
listening to the man.
Exactly.
For them to be able to respond.
Take notes and then come
so
and respond.
how important was this broad-based PG meeting in Naivasha that was being led by the president? Or did they take a break? Hey, let's take a break and listen to Ruto at 4, then we'll come back later.
Unaona sasa shida yako ni unakwanga na akili sasa unatusumbua leo asubuhi and we don't want it. Okay. DP Kindiki Rao exposes growing tensions within Kenya Kwanza. Of course it does. Opposition leaders demand IBC reforms ahead of elections. You people should stop it. Because it's something that we should have had a conversation. This is interesting that you say this when IBC has just told us that it's all systems go.
Yeah.
Surely which one?
We are tendering.
But the train is already leaving the station and here we're talking about reforms. Even you guys.
But you see, I have an ask. I have an ask. So, the opposition leaders are asking for reforms. Why are they not part and parcel of choosing individuals who would then get to select the people who were in the commission today? So they're part and parcel. The reason why we have the current IEBC as commissioned. So the reason why they were even in that room or their voice was heard is because they were bringing in the reform agenda that was needed that they're now calling for.
You would think.
Walilala class. One would say Walilala class.
IBC opens poll tech tenders amid scrutiny. Kariwa declares bid for 2027 presidency. I'm telling you guys. You see this conversation we had yesterday with Jeremiah Kioni? All this united opposition thing, one thing, 1, 2, 1, 3. It's not going to happen. Martha Karua has decided, okay, as you guys are doing this over there, I'm telling you people that I want to be president of the country. Sawa. And Amisi, he told us that get ready for Tuesday. Tuesday was yesterday. It's called what? Renaissance Movement
Party. It's called PM.
RPM.
People's RPM,
No, RMP. I think. Look, anyway, it was launched yesterday. People gathered round. Hey, so many things happening. Jamini, over to you as I tell you that Faith Wekesa talks today in the opinion pages about Sifuna's revolution, how it's changing Kenyan politics from all fronts. Get yourself a copy of the Standard newspaper if you want to, or the Standard e-paper, www.standardmedia.co.ke. Go.
Daily Nation. 4 wasted years is the headline. By who? One opposition leader, Rigathi Gachagua, who issued a harsh assessment of President Ruto's 4 years in office, accusing his administration of reneging on its manifesto pledges and implementing draconian policies. He cited wasteful spending, corruption, punitive taxes, goons, and abductions among state excesses. Now, ODM demands DP slot 50% share of state posts. Now, ODM wants President Ruto to name a party member, his running mate in the presidential election, and to commit to cede half of government appointment should the coalition win the polls. There's a statement that was made by Kisii Governor Simbarati, and what did he say? So we do not have a problem with DP Kindiki becoming the running mate. All he needs to do is to resign from UDA, join ODM, and get the position. And then people from Kindiki's backyard walked out and said, "Nyinyi mnatubebaje nyinyi? Nyinyi mnatuonaje nyinyi?" Yet, now I understand why they had that 1 hour.
They had that time. Because at that time they were also fighting.
Yeah, they were fighting among themselves.
So they said, while you guys are cooling your heels over there in the lawn and eating a samosa,
exactly,
we sit over here and watch. The Rigiji.
Now we know why. See?
Yeah.
Now, students wishing to change varsity courses in distress. So the students want to change some courses. They're in distress. So we'll look at why that is the case. And 600 million jobs scandal suspect now eyes Kabete MP seat. 600 million shillings job scandal suspect now eyes Kabete MP seat.
Let me say it for you in English. You see, the people who are supposed to get jobs abroad, abroad. Kazimaju. See, there's a guy suspected to have been collecting the money.
Yeah.
And then the people didn't get the Kazimaju.
Yeah.
They didn't even get the Kaziachini. So now this fella wants to be a member of parliament to go and legislate and budget make. He's suspected. Yeah, so it's like, eyebrows are up to the sky.
I love what they've done with the insert. His image is called James Wanjohi, who owns Watstat Africa, Watstat Travel Agency, and Watstat Barista Technical Institute on his G-Wagon. And
wow, okay.
Yeah, so we have been to government officers, recorded statements, yet the person who scammed us is roaming free and now wants to be an MP.
You know what?
Yes.
Those parents,
yes,
whose money was taken. I'm not even talking about these jobs.
Yep.
The ones for schools, who gave their hard-earned sweat, toil, blood, everything, money, and then their children did not go to school. And then you still have not returned their money.
They did not go to Finland.
I'm telling you, the punishment that is awaiting you is doing press-ups. Okay.
Yeah.
Carry
so
on.
limited university slots frustrate students seeking a course transfer. So demand for popular programs is outstripping approved capacity, leaving students seeking transfers with fewer options. So we look at the numbers and the capacity of universities to have all these students, and you find that I want to do medicine, but because numbers are high, I'm pushed to a course that I never wanted to do. So you find those who are trying to also transfer to do that which they wanted to is a tad bit difficult because of capacity that we see in universities today. All right. You failed Kenya. Gachagua stinging verdict on Ruto's performance. So the 39-page assessment challenges Kenya Kwanza administration's record across key sectors, setting sharper opposition narrative ahead of 2027. Now, Kenya Kwanza underperformance claims opens new political war front. So that is according to the stories written by Mary Wangari. Now, the war of words between President Ruto's Kenya Kwanza administration and former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua escalated Monday. National Assembly Speaker, Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, speaking at Parliament buildings during a briefing, challenged Gachagua to account for his record during 2 years. What is your record for 4 years? ODM to Ruto, it's DP's slot, equal posts, nothing less.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 150%.
Is that the position of the party?
Yep.
All members of the party? These ones who are touting about shouting? It's okay.
It's okay. Yeah. Professor Hino, human capital, not just big projects, will drive take off, right? So Japanese economist Professor Hiroyuki Hino, during an interview on Monday, said, you see, when you invest in humans, in people, in your greatest resource, the people, right? And not just big projects. While big projects are good, invest in the people and the economy will take off.
Sindio?
Evil too. And then Amisi's PRM enters crowded poll field. So party launch draws opposition leaders who urge cooperation, while Linda Mwananchi faces a race against time to secure their vehicle. So 6.6 billion shillings is the amount of money to foot the bill for party agents, according to former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju. So Caleb Amisi and his party should have around 6.6 billion shillings for campaigns, according to Raphael Tuju, who at the point was a Cabinet Secretary without title and also Secretary General of Jubilee. So perhaps he's speaking from a point of knowledge, having seen what the party spent when he was at the helm, pretty much. Yes, Twangali the Star.
We slept in the office. Waweru recalls day of Gen Z protests. Omo, you slept. Do you know there are some people who didn't sleep? But anyway, says it was tough because they had to sleep in the office. I don't know in what context.
And we never heard him speak to anything.
He was talking about, for weeks during the protests of 2024, the Government Office of Communication was filled with tension, hectic activity, and trying to keep up with public outrage. I don't know that has ended, but okay. As thousands of young Kenyans took to the streets over the finance bill, the officials whose job it was to explain, defend, and communicate government policy found themselves working deep into the night, trying to keep pace with unfolding crises. Okay, so essentially you were doing your job. All right, okay. Yeah. ODM, there's that story again, demands 50% of Ruto government and DP posts. They're saying it's 50 or nothing. It's 50 or nothing. Don't play with us, because we can go form our own and we can have our own presidential candidate. Don't play with us, man. Blame yourselves. COB tells governors as salary crisis hits over 35 counties. Blame yourselves. The controller of budget is saying, see me, ni wewe tu.
EKBD, take your skunk.
WAFCON is showing the growth of African women's football. If you've been watching that tournament, where is EVE? That you'll find that actually there's quite some talent on this continent, and they've been playing some fantastic football over the last couple of weeks.
I think as a country, we just need to celebrate the girls, man. The girls are showing up.
Yep.
Proper.
They are.
They're always putting us on the map, especially when it comes to soccer or football.
Well done.
Well done.
It'll be an interesting final when we get to it, that's for sure. IEBC ballot changes ballot paper color codes. Presidential is going to be white. National Assembly is going to be green. MCA is going to be brown. Senate is going to be yellow. Women Representative is going to be purple. Governor is going to be sky blue. And referendum is going to be grey. Yes, referendum whether you want one or not, essentially, is what...
Civic education is important.
Sorry, you're right.
It needs to happen. If you're changing these colors, the individuals who've been voting with the colors they are used to, and with these changes, people are going to get confused. Civic education is not a request. You have to do it.
You have to do it at this point. Now that you're going to change things along the way, people need to know what it is that they're doing. Especially if it has been one way for the longest time and you're coming to change it. And I don't know why. For those of us who work in these communication spaces, you often say you cannot have your smallest budget going towards communication. Because those are the things, it's the devil is in the details. You're so right. If you're not communicating, teaching, do dummies for the next 9 months, have dummy presentations, go around. After all, you have a big budget. Go around, tell people this is what it's going to be. Don't come and tell us that we have 1 million spoiled votes in August because you didn't educate people on what they're supposed to be doing.
The individuals who voted in this country before, last week, people were asking, so when you go to vote, are you given 6 ballot papers or 1 or 2? Civic education must happen.
It has to happen, IBC. That's one of the things that you actually can do. If you cannot pronounce yourself over what the Constitution says, at the very least, you can actually tell people what they're supposed to be doing, how they're supposed to be voting, and if you're going to change the colors, you now need to tell them what goes where. This is not science here. It's just a basic 1, 2, 4s of going about things.
1 + 1 is 2, not 11. Stop complicating things.
It's 7 o'clock.
spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembur. President William Ruto will today lead the government in presenting proposals for Kenya's 2060 vision at the KICC in Nairobi. The meeting will bring together about 5,000 Kenyans from all 47 counties alongside representatives of the three arms of government. Treasury CS John Badi says the meeting marks the start of public participations with Kenyans expected to give views on the country's long-term development plan.
It's a beginning of public engagement in terms of public participation as is required and enshrined in our constitution. And this is what is going to inform what Kenyans will say is what should inform Vision 2060. Now is the time to sit together, engage, dialogue, agree that where is Kenya going.
The DCI has dismissed claims by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua over the handling of criminal cases, urging anyone with evidence to present it to the agency. The DCI says its investigations are guided by evidence and conducted through legal channels, regardless of the suspect's status or political affiliation. The statement follows Gachagua's allegations over cases of abductions, disappearances and killings, including the murder of Dr. Victoria Mutiso, which he linked to police officers. Gachagua also claimed that 2 officers implicated in the murder had been abducted and were hiding in Uganda.
The rule of law has been suspended in the country. The DCI Director, Mohammed Amin, has been deployed by William Ruto to provide cover-up of extrajudicial killings and abductions in the country. I've just been told that the 2 police officers who were mentioned in the death of Dr. Victoria Mutiso, they were arrested and released on orders of Kichuba Mukome. They were never taken to any police station. I've just now, on my way here, been informed that the DCI has facilitated their relocation to our neighboring country, Uganda. Goons have become part of the command structure.
The DCI says investigations into Mutiso's death are ongoing, while suspects have been arrested in the murder of Pastor Julius Ndumia of Tabuga Church in Nakuru. National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohammed says Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu Hassan attempted to broker talks between President William Ruto and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga during the 2023 opposition protest. Junet says he and Raila traveled to Nanyuki and met President Samia, with Ruto expected to join them the following day. However, he claims Ruto did not attend after then Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua threatened to resign if the president took part.
And the country was going to the dogs. The President of the Republic of Tanzania, on our own initiative, decided to come here and do arbitration between President Ruto and the former Prime Minister, my former party leader. I traveled personally. She came to Nyanyuki at Mount Kenya Safari Club. I traveled personally with the former Prime Minister to Nyanyuki and met President Suluhu. And the following day, we were supposed to meet there President Ruto. When we were waiting for President Ruto the following day, President Ruto called President Suluhu and he said that my Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, has told me you cannot go to that meeting. If you go, I will resign as a Deputy President. So he said, I might end up coming to solve a crisis in Nyanyuki, but I might create another crisis in my government.
Janet says the incident contributed to ODM leaders' opposition to Gachagua, whom they accused of frustrating efforts to resolve the political standoff. And Health CS Aden Dale says the minister will establish a one-stop communication desk to respond to journalist questions on health matters. The move follows complaints from reporters over delays and receiving information from the ministry. During a stakeholder meeting, journalists also raised concerns about responses from SHA officials, prompting apologies from both SHA CEO Mercy Mwangangi and CS Duale. Speaking after flagging off the 168 county digital health support offices, Duale described the initiative as a key step towards achieving universal health coverage through technology.
I think there is nowhere I have said that I must sign when you ask questions. And from today we are going to have a communication one-stop shop. From today. And PS Oluga and PS, we must have. The way we have one stop for all questions and answers from Parliament. We have liaisons in MOH who will answer petitions, motions, questions. It goes through the DG, the PSS, it comes to me, I sign. So we will have the same.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why they're not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large the government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you and Karibu Sana. Thank you for joining us this morning. And yes, indeed, just in terms of housekeeping, our Nairobi frequency 94.4 has an issue. It's currently being worked on, so do bear with us. And you'll find us on our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And we continue the conversation. And our audience on KTN this morning, you can join here as well for us to get into these conversations. Karibuni Sana. At 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, it's the 12th of August. And it's the day when public participation will take place. I think that's what it is, in terms of a conversation that's to be had with the president in his unveiling of the blueprint towards 2060. All right. Now, helping us in this conversation this hour, when we're going to be looking at a number of things around the president's scorecard a year to the next general election. Promises versus delivery. Javas Bigambo is a policy and political analyst, and he joins us this morning. Javas, good morning.
Good morning, my relative. How are you?
Okay. That's where we are going. All right. Good morning. I'm fine, thank you. Dismas Makur.
Good morning.
The political analyst.
The political risk analyst.
The political risk analyst. Good morning to you.
Good morning. You sound surprised that he's your relative.
If I tell you that I am from Ika North Local Government, Igbodo in Delta State, I would want Javas to then be able to confirm the route to and from that area.
But you know he's Bantu, and Bantus are said to have come from Nigeria.
Okay.
Hi, cousins.
We could go on forever. Well, good morning to you both, and thank you for being here. We're going to look into the promises versus delivery. It is important. And of course, especially today, being the 12th of August, when KICC will be flocked by quite a number of people to then hear what the blueprint is for the nation. That we're moving is an interesting conversation. Before we do that, there's another country where Dennis has taken us to this week.
The capital is Nouakchott.
Okay.
You know the country?
I've heard of it.
Yeah. Javas, which country?
See, where his relatives come from.
I have not lost sight of many shores. And so it's proper to admit that I may not have visited nearly every country that exists on this good earth. But it is my interest and enthusiasm to get to visit there. I think you have.
Yes, it's the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, a country that is rich in gold, copper, gypsum, phosphate, and iron ore. So they have the longest and heaviest train pretty much in the world, the iron ore train, because of then what it gets to ship, the resources that they do have. They're also rich in sardines. She doesn't like omena, so sardines, mackerel, octopus, and tuna in terms of fishing that does happen in the country. But the proverb that we get... Why are you laughing?
It appears like you've been retained by the embassy too.
Why are you laughing? Yeah, but the proverb that we get this morning, if I could only find it. When praying for a madman, never close your eyes. When praying for a madman, never close your eyes. Dismas, how would you interpret it?
I also came prepared with my own proverbs.
Interpret mine first.
Yeah, it says that from a political risk perspective, is never shoot in the dark.
Okay.
Never cross this Mombasa road with a blindfold.
Okay.
Interesting.
Proverb for a proverb. Javas, how would you interpret it?
Well, my good ears have once heard and learned that when a blind person tells you to throw stones, be sure that he's stepping on one. And so in the circumstances of saying prayers for a madman, you see, it's a question of trying to guard yourself against any improbable surprises from the said possessed person. Because there could be an attack perhaps, or anything, and such surprises, of course, will do things to you that your imagination had not entertained.
What was your proverb?
Actually, two. Proverbs 10:14 and 17:28.
Okay.
I'm not much of one
the actual proverbs.
The actual proverb, yeah.
Okay.
10:14. I'd actually challenge you to go through it.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I see you've got a top of the range machine here.
Proverbs
10:14.
10:14
and 17:28.
10:14 Proverbs. The wise store up knowledge, but the mouth of a fool invites ruin.
And 17:28.
17:28. Leo.
Amen. I'm going catechism today. I don't know. Do you guys have a minute for us to have the conversation?
28.
17:28.
17:28. Just read it. 17:28. Even a fool, when he holdeth his peace, is counted wise, and he that shutteth his lips is esteemed a man of understanding.
Okay.
In short, a fool is a fool.
Let's see how those two things will take us as we have this conversation. All right. We're going to ask for a bit of an overview. We'll do the macro and then we'll go into the micro. Because the conversation that we're having today, a year to the next general election, is important for us to look at what an administration then has been able to deliver. Because we're getting into promise season again. And in terms of what is being promised to the people of Kenya, today is a marker or an indicator of that. But let's look at what has been promised and what has actually been delivered over the last 4 years, and what that we can actually see and understand. Let's take an overview. We'll start with you, Javas.
Well, I think I wouldn't tie myself to the issue of what you're calling promises over the last 4 years. I think what you are asking in a proper way is whether, for instance, President William Ruto has made true the realization of his manifesto, commitments that he made when he was running for office.
Potato, but okay, let's go.
Yes. And I think if we have to be true to facts and ourselves, and I'm saying this with specific attention as well to particularities that were made in the statements yesterday by Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, I would say that if my opinion was sought, of course, as it has, to rate the implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda by President William Ruto, I would place it at 71%. 71%.
Okay.
With facts and data to back this up.
Okay.
And so I would say that there is a greater sense of reality and satisfaction that he has met 71% of his commitments. Second, that through comparative lenses of the past regimes from the time of independence, President William Ruto arises as the first president who has committed and met more than 50% of his manifesto in the first term. In fact, you would realize that the Jubilee government or regime, and even the Kibaki regime, that meeting the manifesto was close to 35 to 40%. And so here there has been more commitment and determination, thanks, one, to the literacy of the people, commitment, the push, the vigilance, and in fact, thanks also to the systems and technology, the period in which we live, that everything can be verified in real time. And because of that, Okoh, you will be relieved to know, just as much as many Kenyans will be relieved to know, that weighing the implementation of the manifesto by the president and looking at the statements that were made by Rigathi Gachagua yesterday, that in fact, Rigathi Gachagua has led us to a realization that we are living in a period of truth decay, a time of post-truth, where alternatives are being sought and pursued for political expediency, and reality or facts being discarded or ignored altogether.
Okay.
Yes.
Before we come back to ask you the facts and data that you talk about, Mukua, tell us, what's your overview of the last 4 years?
Well, I look at it from a political science perspective, that the primary responsibility of a head of state or head of government is to maintain 3 levels of stability. The first one, you must have a political stability, economic stability, and military or security stability. And if you look at many countries across Africa, they've had those challenges. So President Ruto has been able to do that. And in the composition of his administration, right from Kenya Kwanza, you are the people who actually understand what statecraft is all about. Most administrations in Africa hardly have people who understand what statecraft is. And you can go all the way to South Sudan, you can go all the way to Senegal, where the leadership have got challenges with statecraft, and their personal interests normally take a front seat, and the people get frustrated. Like, for instance, in the composition of the Kenya Kwanza administration, you see people who really understand how a state is supposed to be run. But having said all that, the Gen Z stands out as a stain in the reputation of President Ruto's administration, while it's the case that is hit almost all the high notes on issues of socio-economic development, but on issue of abduction, there is a big responsibility. And either by acts of omission or commission, the people that he has given the responsibility have let him down. Because for a Kenyan, when the president is sworn into office, he places his hand on the Bible and the Kenyan constitution, and he says he's going to secure lives and properties within the territory of Kenya. So the buck stops with him. So even if the people is given responsibility, maybe he's nominated them, they go through the National Assembly, now they're occupying office, if they do not deliver, he's got the unique responsibility of telling them to pack and go, or making them resign. So the buck stops with them. I mean, one would easily say that we've got an independent National Police Service, that the buck stops with the IG, but Kenyans did not elect the IG. Kenyans elected President William Samoei Ruto, and the buck stops with him. So Kenyans have got very valid expectations that when he was sworn into office, he said he's protecting lives and properties, he must do that. And if there is anybody within his administration, either by acts of omission or commission, or even sabotage wants to frustrate him, then the person must take responsibility. And I'd like to buttress a point raised by I don't know whether you're my relative. Yeah. But what Mr. Rigathi Gachagua has been doing from the time he was impeached, in my view, is some sort of a blessing in disguise. Because you remember, while Mr. Raila Odinga was around, he was probably the only Kenyan who would check the administration of the day on so many issues. But with his exit, you have Mr. Rigiji, who seems to be doing a very good job. And in my view, when he comes up with misinformation and disinformation, like he did yesterday, and I'd like to advise him to read Proverbs 18:12. Because it captures exactly what he said yesterday. Then it gives the administration the responsibility to come up and correct facts. And I've been saying this times above number from Mount Kilimanjaro. This time I want to go to Mount Kenya and say, if we do not fight misinformation and disinformation, then misinformation and disinformation is going to compromise next year's elections, and we may end up electing leaders not on material facts, but because of emotion.
What misinformation was delivered yesterday?
Like, for instance, he spoke, I'll pick one. He spoke about the ownership of Nairobi Hospital. And without going into the details, Nairobi Hospital is owned by members. It's not possible for one individual to own that kind of facility. But you see, for people who do not know the articles of association or the memorandum of association of the Kenya Hospital Association, in fact, they will believe that the Nairobi Hospital has been taken over by an individual.
What did Rigathi Gachagua say?
He spoke about ownership and interest.
No, what did he say that would now make you want to counter that Nairobi Hospital is not owned by an individual? What did he say?
No, that it's been taken over by President Ruto. Yeah, and it's owned by members. And every member has got one right. I mean, if say you are 1,000 members, one vote. So it's not possible that one person can actually have a same majority of preferential shareholding. But we must give him still credit, because when he comes up with these statements, then it makes people to be on their toes.
All right. You look at even the Nairobi Hospital issue, and I remember the time when even doctors themselves were having an issue with them accusing President William Ruto of meddling with the day-to-day running of the institution. You know, President William Ruto is the patron of the hospital. But that notwithstanding, let's look at the fact under the bottom-up transformation agenda, as it were. And one would ask the question, where are we when it comes to the economy, Pesa Mfukoni? Where are we with the promise of universal healthcare? Where are we with the promise of education access to everybody, if you're looking at Ruto at 4?
See, Dennis, it is William Cullen Bryant who quipped that truth crushed to earth will always rise.
Yep.
And it is time enough that then we must see and witness truth rising from the earth to which it has been attemptedly crushed by Rigathi Gachagua. And that's why I'm speaking to facts, data, and reality.
Yes.
You see, the issues you've asked, for instance, to do with universal health coverage, to do with education, to do with infrastructure development, to do with the economy, all these issues are evidence-based. And they are not merely phantasmagorical that are escaping the reality of Rigathi Gachagua's witness. Look, let us go, for instance, to the issue of universal healthcare. Today, as we are seated here, well, even from the Ministry of Health, they have indicated that almost 31.8 million Kenyans, have registered under the new health scheme of the Social Health Authority. Second, 8.1 million Kenyans so far, since its establishment, have directly benefited from SHA. 8.1 million Kenyans.
Okay.
Now, when you think about women, children, the elderly, who are benefiting from this program, and who today do not have to cough out money from their pockets, it speaks to the race that we have as a country towards comprehensive universal health coverage. Another thing is this. Having, for example, the CHPs, community health promoters, who are going around all the villages and hamlets equipped with gadgets, helping to check out and ensure that, for example, issues are determined or picked out early enough for attention, and those that require medical attention, they are guided on going to particular hospitals.
I'm going to stop you
Today,
there, Jarvis.
Yes.
Yesterday, the Ministry of Health had a symposium with the media.
Yes.
And the thing that you talk about is actually what they posed as a problem. Hang on. Dr. Mercy Mwangangi said very clearly that the problem that they are facing is what you use to show a progression. And they said that it is a problem that only 8.1 million people are registered and paying, against a backdrop of 31 million who have registered and are not paying. So they are bearing the responsibility for these others. And that is why they have the problem, why they are not able to pay facilities, why that you may go to hospital today and you will not pay for all of what you need because not enough people are paying. So what you're looking at as a progression by the Ministry of Health is being seen as a problem, not from my mouth, from the CEO of SHA.
I get your point. In fact,
it's not my point. It's what the ministry
I get your perspective.
It is not my, hold on.
Yes.
It's not my perspective. It is not my point. It is a fact that has come from the Ministry of Health saying that this is a pain point for them.
It is a systemic.
So what it does is that it puts a direct hurdle in the delivery of universal health care.
In fact, let me make it even more clearer. And I do not disagree with the position of the ministry and even Dr. Mwangangi. When you look at people that are in gainful employment, who contribute to this, that number is small.
3 million.
Yes, compared to the universal, all of us Kenyans who are supposed to benefit from this system. And that is a challenge where we are agreeing, and that's what the ministry is positing, that this is a huge burden. It does not mean that regardless of this huge burden, it is not working. She didn't say it's not working. It is working. Now, let's face it. Even if you're to do global comparatives, you'd realize that, pick a country, for example, Nigeria, or pick a country even in Europe, you'd realize that it is not even 70% of the population that pays for the health system. And I'm talking about here functionality. Now, I have had critical engagements even with service providers. And for comparison purposes, let me give you, for example, the National Health Services Scheme in the United Kingdom. A good scheme. And you know, the UK, they've got a social welfare, so it's a social welfare system. Do you know that in the United Kingdom, before you get to see a doctor, under their system, you could be queued for up to 3 months, 4 months, even 6 months before you get to see a doctor. Here in Kenya, you go to see a doctor today, you examined, or even go for surgery, and everything is settled.
Those are on referral cases.
And that's what I'm telling you.
No.
No, let's face it, Okoh. No, let me prosecute the point.
Jarvis, you need to be clear that these queues that you're talking about in the UK are on referral basis. And their ads is after you have gone and you've seen an initial doctor. But then if they keep you on the queue for 3, it is on a referral basis, not when you're going in for a headache and you need first aid. So there's a fundamental difference.
Yes, correct. And then secondly, and also appreciate too that this is within the public health sector. You know, most of you people, for example, working in the private sector or media, celebrities like yourselves, and the upward of 300,000 shillings, and you are on a comprehensive health cover that's private.
Eric, would you like to confirm that?
And we don't know that this is a major relief to most Kenyans of poor earnings and even those who have got really basic money. That's just under health. Go to, for instance...
let's stay with health, if you'll allow me. Do you know the stipend that community health providers are given in Kenya?
In fact, Okoh...
No, just answer. How much? How much?
I'm answering. How much? Let us start of all by appreciating the fact that...
Jarvis.
Jarvis.
I've asked a question.
Have they been there?
This is what we are
is it a fact that they're there?
This is what we are going to do.
Okay.
Because you talked about facts and data.
Yes.
So I'm asking you for data. How much are community health providers? I'm going somewhere with this, so what would help?
Okay, ask the comprehensive question.
The question is, how much are community health providers given?
In fact, even just the other day at State House, you've seen that even...
2,000, 10,000, 100,000, how much are they given?
Are they being paid?
How much are they given, Java?
No.
I'm asking. No.
We are starting from.
Okay, hold on. No, we are starting from a question that I'm asking. I'm asking for an answer. You said you have data and information. There is a way I'm going with this, so I'd like an answer.
Okay.
If you don't know, you can just say I don't know. It's okay to say you don't know. Then I can say no, Javas. What we will do is we will have a conversation that makes sense. I'm asking a question to build it. If you don't know, you can say you don't know.
Under the government of President William Ruto, have CHPs been employed?
I'm asking the question.
How much are they paid?
No,
they're employed. Fine.
Have they been employed? Have they existed before? No. Is it something that we're appreciating and that actually they're helping where there is need?
You know, the thing about a conversation is that when you're building a foundation for a conversation and there are things that you've said, no, we won't do this. No.
We must have conversations from an impact analysis.
Why won't you answer the question that
from
goes
an impact analysis?
Okay, you know what? You don't know. Now let me tell you. They're given 3,500 shillings a month in a stipend, all right? Now, do you also know that when, for example, a community health provider goes into the community, right? Because that's where their primary connection is. That, let's say a woman is going to be delivered of her baby and a community health worker will go there. Real situations, because we've had Barasas with them here, they tell us. The 3,500 shillings that they're given, if he or she has to take someone to be delivered of her baby, do you know that everything else that they have to do will come from that stipend that they're given of 3,500 shillings? That she will go to a medical facility and she'll be told, umekuja na gloves na uyu. They've left somebody in the house as well. They take from that stipend to sort out those people. Do you know that this is the reality? And if that's the reality, can we now put it in an ecosystem where we're saying all of these things are working?
Okoh, there have been some challenges in the past. As we're speaking right now, just the other day, the president launched the health emergency number, 922, and 24/7 ambulance facilities that's even coming in now to help in national emergency services.
Okay, we're going to take a break because you know what Jarvis is doing? We're playing a song.
No.
We're playing a song and you're dancing to the next song.
No, all these are improvements.
We're taking a break.
Health sector,
and then we'll come back and we'll talk about this data and communication in this delivery versus the promises. Dance to the song that's playing. Let's come back after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on in terms of traffic. Going in from the Thika Superhighway, traffic along the Pangani Underpass will take you into the CBD this morning. Some of that will go towards Wangari Maathai Way. Some of it will also then go towards Muranga Road in the city centre this morning. It's also busy coming off of Langata Road and will take towards Aerodrome and then on to Uhuru Highway. It's busy on Jogo Road heading towards Landis and some of that on Haile Selassie as well. So into the CBD is where we are are going with traffic this morning. All right, let's keep an eye on all of this and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Ebola virus disease is a severe and often deadly illness. With outbreaks reported in neighboring countries, we all need to stay alert. Ebola spreads through direct contact with the body fluids of an infected person or by touching contaminated clothing, bedding, utensils, needles, and other surfaces. It can also spread through contact with the body of someone who has died from Ebola. Watch out for symptoms such as fever, severe headache, muscle pain, diarrhea, vomiting, or unexplained bleeding. If you or someone you know develops these symptoms, especially after traveling to affected countries, immediately self-isolate and call 719 or seek medical care. Protect yourself by washing your hands regularly with soap and running water or using a 70% alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid contact with bodily fluids like vomitus, diarrhea at cough, a suspected or infected Ebola patient. If caring for a suspected case, wear appropriate protective equipment and call healthcare providers immediately for assistance. Avoid travel to areas experiencing Ebola outbreaks. If you have traveled recently from an affected area, monitor your health for 21 days and report any symptoms immediately. Avoid eating or handling bushmeat from live or dead wild animals such as bats, monkeys, antelopes, and porcupines. Remember, people affected by Ebola deserve compassion and care, not stigma. Stop spreading rumors and always rely on verified information from the Ministry of Health. For more information, dial *719#, call 719, chat with Jali on WhatsApp at 0700-719-719 or visit www.health.go.ke. Stay informed, stay safe. Together, we can stop Ebola. This message is brought to you from the Ministry of Health, KNPHI, and partners.
Being a parent is a beautiful journey, but let's be honest, it's also a high energy sport. When your little one is comfortable, dry and free to explore, there's absolutely nothing stopping them. That's why this week on Sugar and Spice, we are celebrating your child's unstoppable milestones in partnership with Bidco. Tune in weekdays from 11 a.m., share your toddler's most unstoppable moments with us, and you could win a premium Gentle Care baby pants hamper from Bidco.
For the unstoppable, for the mother who cares.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 23 minutes to 8 o'clock, our conversations continue this morning and looking at a year to the next general election in terms of, promises and delivery, what it looks like.
Yep. So I just want to bring in Dismas. When we talk about healthcare, as we speak at the moment, so 31 million registered, 3 million who are in formal employment paying, 1 million informal jobs as well paying. We have a deficit of 28 million who are enjoying these services but are not paying, and that has been seen as a problem. But that notwithstanding, the users of SHA, and here I can tell you for a fact, not cabinet, not the president, they do not use SHA. They cannot tell you whether SHA is working or not. Enter Mwananchi. They are the ones who will give you the feedback in terms of whether it is working or not. And over time, they have been complaining. So when we say universal health coverage is a reality in the country, is a reality for who exactly?
Well, there have been many conversations. Not long ago, I heard President Ruto stating that SHA is working. And during the launch of the 922, the chairman of the Council of Governors said SHA is working. Now, in my view, when you're coming up with a major reform, like for instance in healthcare, probability of everything going smooth is 0%. There must be turbulence, there must be challenges. And in my view, what the authorities need to do is to actually listen to the people who say that SHA is not working and establish whether in fact that is the case that SHA is not working, because we are in a space where there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation. There's a very high chance that SHA is working, and then there's a very high chance that there are challenges. So in my view, what the authorities must do is listen to the customer or the consumer feedback and establish whether in fact there is material. But even to make it a huge success, we need also to suggest very drastic proposals that are to make sure that a public sector or public healthcare or public facilities work 100% as it's anticipated. Then if you are a state officer, maybe there should be a limitation that you don't use private healthcare facilities, so that the people you are talking about, the public servants of rank, actually are forced to use public facilities. I remember not a long time ago when Charity Ngilu was sick, and she was responsible for the Ministry of Health. When she got sick, she actually went to Kenyatta National Hospital. And she came out and said it's working. So in my view, for all these public sector goods, we need to ensure that the architects of those policies are the beneficiaries of their decision. That way, then they'll enjoy the benefits of their decisions and suffer the consequences if they're not working. But more important, we could even adopt some of the best practices. Like the challenge we have in Kenya, I understand, is primary healthcare. And you have Cuba, which is a huge success. Maybe there is a merit in borrowing a few things from Cuba to find out what works. Even when you're talking about affordable housing, the people look at it from different perspectives. But at the end of the day, one school says that affordable housing is about wealth and employment creation. There is that plumber, there is a carpenter on the Goretti Road who has had a big contract, to supply furniture to all these houses. Understand, if you look at the demand for cement, demand for steel, it's gone up. There are so many more units. And I don't know whether one can say that there were reports a few days ago that the cost of housing in Nairobi is coming down. So I don't know whether it's because of you get many more units from the affordable coming to the market. So there are many ways to look at it. And in my view, the biggest challenge with the administration has been the communication aspects. Telling people, like for instance, if you're talking about affordable housing, you cannot come up with a sufficient number of units for every Kenyan. There is even conversation that now you need to come up with affordable units that have got a provision for poultry farming. But you see, for a plumber or for an architect who's been sitting without work for donkey years, but now you've been given the opportunity to go and, if you're a painter, you're painting all those houses. At the end of the day, you're going to have income. You can also talk about MSME, where you have a PS, Susan Mangeni, who's creating opportunities for people who in the past had been excluded. So in my view, when you're looking at all these things, you cannot afford to look at them in isolation. It's part of a system. Of course, there must be challenges, there must be turbulence, and that is the reason why you have monitoring and evaluation. You can even talk about some of the successes. You can talk about, say, foreign policy, and I'm addicted to these international relations. A few days ago, we had an AMESEA conference in Nairobi, where you had and I'm Catholic, so you had 130 Catholic bishops coming to Nairobi to discuss issues, and they only came to Nairobi, or they only came to Kenya because of the stability. And I don't know whether you can actually understand the impact of having 130 bishops who are being hosted at Radix. If you're talking about our success of foreign policy, you can talk about that Kenya was invited to the White House, that Kenya addressed the G7. These are things which would ordinarily not come if you're having turbulence. And in my view, and looking at it from an helicopter view, we must accept that every single administration would be having challenges, and the test of the matter is not whether or not they have challenges, is how they manage the turbulence.
You talk about stability in terms of people who are visiting Kenya, but where is the stability for Kenyans themselves? When the promise that was given to Kenyans is that disappearance will be a thing of the past, when extrajudicial killing will be a thing of the past, yet the government that promised not to do that is the very same government that is accused of killing its own people. So when you talk about stability, we'll talk about stability, visitors coming in protected and everything else. But what happens to Kenyan? Who pays taxes? Who maintains government? Who pays salaries? The government who maintains president and his cabinet. Are they stable in their very own country? Because that is where the crack of the matters is. We will talk about individuals who land in this country, JKIA welcomed in, passport stamped. The Kenyans who accessing that passport is a problem. Kenyans getting that ID is a problem. If their stability is not guaranteed, Why the hell do we have any business talking about stability of visitors into a country where the people are not assured of that stability?
Well, Dennis, I'm not sure that your last premises are accurate, that getting an ID is a problem or getting a passport is a big challenge. But you've raised a very
I'm going to give
issue.
you an example. It took me close to 6 months for me to get my passport. It is a reality. I am a living experience. They're Kenyans within this government. It's this government. I'm going to tell you, it's a fact. I even have correspondence between me and government in me trying to get the ID. I can show you the receipts. We have Kenyans as well today who getting an ID is a problem. When you talk about stability, let's talk about stability as a wholesome subject where we'll talk about stability for individuals who are coming in, yes. But if there is no stability for Kenyans who are here, who are not assured of their security, of their healthcare, of their education, I reckon we have no business talking about stability of individuals who are visiting the country.
Dennis, what are the merits of stability? Because
you tell me.
Yeah, we need to examine the entire gamut of the metrics of stability. One, you left home and came here this morning. So did I. And I was not attacked on the road. I did not see barricades by civilians on the road, etc. I did not see marauding gangs on the road. There is calmness. When you can leave home and go to work. In other countries, even just leaving home to go anywhere, you can't because you're not even sure you'll come back alive. Second.
Are Kenyans sure?
Second.
Would Dr. Mutiso say
let's
she
face
came
it,
home and was sure to go back home?
We have got some challenges generally, but let's appreciate that the general state of calm, peace, security in the country is the envy of many in other places. That's why we've got patrol police officers, we've got traffic police officers, etc. All these people are there. They're helping to keep public order. It's a matter of fact. Now,
that's their job.
Pardon?
It's your job. Do you need to be applauded for doing that? It's just what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. That's service delivered by the government. It is their job to do.
Yeah, so it's not something that you can promise and say,
no, it's not
I have delivered now, please applaud me.
What this man was saying is that we have got a stable country and we must appreciate that.
Okay.
And you see, when other persons are causing lots of chaos, promising disorder, and for example, just look at Gachagwa's statement yesterday. Let's face it, Okoh. And I've never heard him even speak about a promise or anything that he can commit to do if at all he gets to be in power. Now, yesterday he said, for example, that issues of NADCO report, 10-point agenda, everything is flawed and this government has not achieved anything. Let's face it, comparatively, the Kanu regime, there are close to 10,000 extrajudicial killings and thousands of people in enforced disappearances. Look at the Kibaki regime, over 6,000. Look at the Jubilee regime, over 4,500. And it's been coming down. President William Ruto has said himself that unless somebody's death is on God's schedule, nobody's going to die. Second, as we are looking at things, we have now a reparations framework developed that's going to ensure it's dealing with issues of transitional justice. Thirdly, we have got the issue of compensation of victims of police riots and demonstrations. As we're speaking right now, over 900 persons have been compensated. Over 670 persons have been compensated. Over 800 million shillings has been disbursed already. That is a reality. As we're speaking, there is a bill now in Parliament being processed, the facilitation of assembly and demonstrations bill, to ensure that Article 37 of the Constitution on the freedom of assembly, right to protest, is now gets to be enabled under a legal framework. This is the reality.
I have a question. It's a reality.
Allow me to say
wait.
this.
It's a reality.
Yeah.
But the fundamental question is, why are these individuals being compensated?
It is because of the violations of their rights, which has been now established. It's by the state and police officers. And that has happened. The compensation goes way back. You see, what President William Ruto has admitted to is that there are these injustices. He is the head of state and government, and that the rights of these persons must be protected. That is constitutionalism and good governance, as a matter of fact. And no president has come close to this as President William Ruto, for example, in having a reparations framework, ensuring there's this compensation. Yesterday, you had even the court say that there has been the issues of torture, issues of consideration, and guided that 105 million shillings should be set aside by the compensation panel for purposes of those victims. And the president said all these issues must be dealt with and met. This is a fact that we're dealing with. Now, look at, for example, when Gachagua says that there's been no reforms in the coffee sector. Have there been reforms? Yes. Initially, for instance, per kilogram, somebody was earning between 20 to 70 shillings per kg. Today, it's moved up from 120 to 160. There's been the elimination of cartels. There's the direct system of payment. All these things are improvement. Today, the coffee sector alone has got employed people, directly and indirectly, close to 6.5 million. These are Kenyans, all the way Kirinyaga, Kiambu, etc., and parts of Rift Valley. They are benefiting from these reforms. Now, when Gachagua says that nothing has happened, I don't know what truth he's talking about. He's burying the truth. When 100,000 teachers, for example, are employed, beyond the fact that there is now an opportunity of employment for 100,000 graduates of education, we are seeing 100,000 people being lifted from poverty. We are seeing the teacher-student ratio improved from 1 teacher to 45 pupils, today to 1 teacher to 29, and we are moving forward.
Yep.
That's a fact.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate what Javas is saying about extrajudicial killing that they may have happened during prior administrations. But we cannot use that one as an excuse to say that they're going to be happen during this administration. You know, I don't know if that is called false equivalence or it's a fallacy of generalization. There's a fallacy there. What Kenyans expect to do is that under this administration, if there's been extrajudicial killing, people have been abducted, there must be criminal and pecuniary responsibility. That the people who pulled the trigger must be held accountable.
The people who beat somebody to death in a cell.
Or if somebody gave instructions, then they must be held to accountable. For Mora, who lives and works in Mososho, she doesn't care what happened during the other administrations. But if her daughter or her son goes missing, she wants somebody to face justice. And that is where you expect leadership. Now, when you're talking about compensation, well, people love money. But if somebody is dead, you can give her however much money you want to, but it's not going to save her anything, which is the reason why there must be that criminal and the pecuniary responsibility, that somebody must be held behind bars. And we know human beings respond, the pain and pleasure principle. If you're a law enforcement officer, you know that if you're going to engage in killing and it's against the forces standing order, then you're going to face the law. That is what Kenyans need. But outside that, again, Dennis, it would be erroneous to use your premises. Every country in the world has got a law enforcement system. Every country in the world has got a prison system. The people commit crimes every day and they're held accountable. So the question is whether the law enforcement system works. And going to the successes, you can talk about FDI. You are talking about stability. I would give an example. The people who work at Radix Hotel, where this Messiah conference took place, they were happy with having these bishops coming to Kenya because you had many more suppliers, people sold their goods and services, and they're generally happy. When Kenya is positioned as an FDI destination, you have many people coming to invest here and you create employment and wealth. It's very easy to pick up a certain lens or a certain bias and say, nothing is working within a particular state. But I think we have got a responsibility to try to be objective and remove any biases that we may have. Because being very controversial is a very interesting position. But when you look at the facts and figures, they paint an entirely different picture. And in my view, that is where I wanted to say the challenge with the President Ruto's administration is communication. That some of their signature events have not been well communicated, and most of the principal secretaries and even cabinet secretaries hardly talk about the successes of their departments or ministries. In fact, for me, and I stand corrected, apart from Musalia Mudavadi and Mbadi, I don't see other cabinet secretaries talking about the successes in their ministries. And apart from Susan Mangeni, I don't see other principal secretaries talking about their state departments. They are operating on nil by mouth. And if you don't do that, it's like you're winking at a girl in the dark. So you know what you are doing, but the girl has no idea. So if they sort out the communication challenge, it will come out. But then it will only be a success if they've got trusted messengers. Yeah. In other words, they must come up with a very solid strategic narrative and deploy it. And finally, it's a reality about political science that voters hardly reward an administration for socioeconomic successes. You can hit all the high notes, but you are not going to be rewarded by another term. No, but voters tend to punish people who do not deliver, which is the reason why President Ruto's administration must recalibrate and re-strategize on their communication strategy for them to be a success.
You see, when you talk about FDI, while it's important, one thing that foreign direct investment will not do is invest in a country where security of its citizens is not guaranteed. Respect to human rights is not seen. Where taxes are high for them to be able to set up business. Where there is no clear taxation regime from one government to one government, from 1 year to another year within the same government. FDI would not respond where we do not have ease of doing business, where corruption is the order of the day. When we talk about stability, as I was talking, all these bases must be handled. You can't say that one area is doing better while you're leaving another area totally unattended to. We have to sit here and talk about, even when we talk about development, there is development of brick and mortar. There is development of humans as the propellers of this development we're talking about.
Can I ask you a question?
No,
Yes.
let me answer that one first. Javed, let me answer that first.
Okay.
And that is the reason why you need to have a national conversation which is immunized from politicians, political actors, and political interests. So that Mora, Alima, and Wanjiko, we sit down and agree that Kenya is at point A. How do we get to point B, irrespective on who is running Kenya? Now, we need to have that national conversation. But immediately, President Ruto says we're going to have a national conversation. And you know, Kenya, we are very strange. I remember at some stage, a telecom CEO said, Kenyans are very peculiar. We love attacking personalities instead of attacking ideas. In my view, the reason why we need a national conversation is we immunize the conversation from politicians' selfish interests masquerading as national and public interest so that we agree where we're supposed to go.
And how do you do that if the people who are leading the conversation are exactly the political animals that you talk about?
I mean, the national conversation must be led by a head of state or head of government. But now you see Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, DCP, saying, wait a minute, this is not the right time for a national conversation. When is the right time for a national conversation? Because at any point in time, you're going to have a president. At any point in time, you're going to have an opposition. You know, I think the challenges we have and the perils we have in Kenya is this insatiable appetite for attacking personalities. Like, for instance, if the national conversation starts today, for people who take Mr. Rigathi Gachagua's word to the bank, and that is a fair portion of Kenya, they're not going to participate in this national conversation. Now, all the issues you raise here, how do you make Kenya competitive? For instance, there are people who have left Kenya because of the cost of energy. That I understand Zimbabwe and Egypt, it's much lower. The cost of energy is much lower in those two countries. So the question is, how do you reduce that cost of energy? We've got to understand a strange group of people called independent power producers who make the cost of energy very high. How do you reduce that? Number two, how do you ensure that the rule of law is highly regarded? You know, those are the building blocks for a national conversation.
This is the thing that people are saying, that you don't need to start being formulaic about it. How do you make sure that the rule of law exists? You follow the Constitution. It's very clear. And we want, what the problem is that we want to add so many things to a very simple formula. The rule of law, where people sat down and there were people and experts who came about and everybody said, yes, let's go with this Constitution. But we kind of want to say, well, okay, the Constitution is there, but how about we add something to it? You don't. It's there.
Okoh, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 binds everyone.
Exactly.
State officers.
You don't have to do anything different if you just follow the Constitution.
And who is not following the Constitution? Who is not following the Constitution? The president, for example, swore all the cabinet secretaries, they take an oath to protect and work and act directed by the Constitution. Everybody. And in fact, even if you are not a public officer, still you are bound by the Constitution.
Yep.
And that's why, in appreciation that even understanding and interpretation of the Constitution, must be in a manner that promotes good governance and facilitates the rule of law as provided for in Article 259. That's why I even cited a little earlier the issue of the compensation of victims, the issue of having a framework for reparations. Now, do you know that over the last 3 years, we've had a scale-up of even tourists in the country? Today we are hitting 3.5 million. Initially it was actually 2 million or 1.8 million. Talk about investments. Yes, there are some companies that now have migrated due to other challenges. We have got others that are setting shop here. Just the other day, of course, we have seen that even Africa's billionaire, Aliko Dangote, is joining hands with other actors, taking lead in setting up an oil refinery in Lamu. Now, this is a huge investment coming to our shores. When I hear, for example, Rigathi Gachagua warning tourists, warning investors, is he a patriot? What kind of country, what kind of sentiment does he believe in? Look, let's face it. We need to have a politics driven by a competition of ideas, not rumors, not fear-mongering and sloganeering. I've not seen critical competition of ideas or proposal of ideas by people, for example, in the opposition. We need to have this festival of ideas going into the election.
Okay.
Not just mere criticism and having nothing to offer. Because if you were to ask him even after his speech, now what do you have to offer? If you have nothing to say, the only thing you can say is nothing. And I think that's where he's coming from.
Javas Bigango and Dismas McCoy, time doesn't allow us to do much further than that. Thank you both for joining us this morning. The conversations definitely continue for sure at KICC, maybe at 9 o'clock this morning. Thanks for being here, both of you. Good morning. It is 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembur. The Digital Health Agency has defended a 2% service charge deducted from claims processed through the Social Health Authority. Digital Health Agency CEO Anthony Lenayara says the fee is paid to the agency for digital claims processing services and is not a payment to a private company. It says the charge helps reduce paperwork and improve efficiency in processing claims.
SHA is not paying the 2% to any private organization. It pays to the Digital Health Agency. Digital Health Agency is a government institution. It's anchored under the Digital Health Act. For this 2%, it is paid by the user who is the facility for that efficiency to process their services and to process claims digitally.
Lenayara adds that the 2% was agreed upon after public participation and is capped at 5,000 shillings.
How did we come up with the cost? We went through a whole government process, the whole process, legal process of public participation. Come tell us how much it is supposed to be cost. We went all over this country. We asked people for questions. We went to parliament until it was agreed 2% cap at 5,000. First, no facility should charge the 2% to the patient. It's actually very clear, even our regulation, it's illegal.
The defense comes as the High Court considers a petition challenging the legality and introduction of the fee, as well as how the money collected is managed. The outcome of the case could affect healthcare providers and the amount they receive from SHA claims. The High Court has ordered the government to set aside 105 million shillings from the compensation fund for victims of police brutality and forced disappearances and abductions. Justice Gregory Mutai also suspended the government's new process for certifying victims eligible for compensation until a case challenging its legality is determined. However, the court has allowed compensation for other victims to continue after the government committed to providing the 105 million shillings. The case will proceed as the court considers the legality of the certification process. Suna East MP Junet Mohammed has denied receiving money to support the impeachment of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. In an interview with a local TV station, Junet said his earlier remarks that MPs were given something referred to alleged lobbying of lawmakers and not to him personally receiving money.
I have not received any money. I do not need any money to impeach Gachagua. You have to look at some things in the context of politics. You know, Parliament all over the world, in its nature and creation, has lobbying systems. People lobby each other and, lobbyists. In fact, there are places in the world where lobbies even are registered with Parliament. So I was talking about in the context of people lobbying. Some people who are lobbying and talking to other people so that they can impeach. So I was, that's the context I was speaking on.
Her said ODM MPs had already agreed to support Gachagua's impeachment, citing their experience with him while he served as deputy president.
You know, Gachagua was impeached in a bipartisan manner. People are tired of him. Personally, as ODM, we had a meeting and we discussed Gachagua at length before even we started appending our signatures. And what we remembered were a few things like when he was having meetings at 5 a.m. in his office with policemen to go and deal with us in the streets. Those are the kind of things that motivated us to impeach him.
Jeanette's remarks comes weeks after he claimed at a political convention in Kakamega that MPs were given money to support Gachagua's impeachment. He also alleged that Kericho Senator Aaron Cheriot was the accounting officer of the funds. And MPs are pushing for NGCDF funds to support road safety initiatives, including providing helmets to border riders and passengers and expanding public awareness campaigns. NTSA Director General Nahashon Kondiwa says inadequate funding has limited the authorities' operations, with services currently available in only 17 of Kenya's 47 counties. NTSA says vulnerable road users account for 73% of road crash victims. The crashes are estimated to cost the country about 8% of its GDP, a figure projected to rise to 11% by 2030. Transport Committee Chairperson George Kariuki backed the use of NGCDF funds to support road safety initiatives, including providing helmets to border riders and passengers. The NTSA has also proposed returning 3 billion shillings from its 2026-2027 revenue to strengthen operations and enforcement. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Temur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Well, all right. We'll continue having the conversations necessary that we do. And there's certain things that we will ask or not let slide. And that's what we do in this situation. And we'll continue that. Thank you for keeping it with us this morning. It's 10 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of our conversations for this morning. And we're going to now, it's going to maybe crank it up a little bit, because we're going to talk about what's necessary to ensure that we do not have a catastrophe come 2027 in terms of what we see currently happening around this time. And joining us to talk about lessons from 2007 post-election violence, what have we learned ahead of 2027? Eric Okoh, security and governance expert, is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you for being here.
And good morning, our listeners.
Dennis Aseto is here. Yes. The last time you were here, he had trotted off to do, serve the nation. He goes around the African continent every week, comes back from a particular country with their proverbs, and then you get the distinct privilege of interpreting it.
Yes. Today we're in a country that is rich in different resources, starting from fish, where sardines is part of the fish that they do have. They have mackerel, octopus, and tuna, but they're equally rich in resources underneath the ground. So these would be gold, copper, gypsum, phosphate, as well as iron ore. So iron ore, as one of the major minerals that they do have, they have a train named after it, the iron ore train, which is longest and heaviest in the world, because of the job that it does. But the proverb that you get from the Islamic people of Mauritania is, when praying for a madman, never close your eyes. How would you interpret it?
Wow. When praying for a madman, never close your eyes. Interesting, but let me try. It almost means that the level of alertness ought to be very high in your environment and ecosystem. I think that's how I would take it.
Yeah. Yes. Being alert. Well interpreted.
Yes.
Indeed. 2007 still bears a bitter taste in the mouth of many people. And interestingly enough, not just in the mouths of many who witnessed the atrocities or the pure danger that there was at that time, but also external parties who saw what happened in Kenya and said, you know what, here's an opportunity for you to make good on that. But there's certain overtures that are playing around at the moment that could point to a possibly devastating situation come 2027, 20 years later in this election. And it seems that right now the rhythm that we are almost hearing, or being held captive audience to, is not very safe. Is it a little bit too much to be worried about, or should we just kind of say, okay, everybody tuck it in and let it slide?
Thank you, Doc. I think there's every reason to feel a bit bothered with what to expect next year from a perspective of security and safety. You almost want to say we have forgotten very fast that there are families that still have graves in their compounds. We lost 1,100 persons, and there was displacement of another approximately 600,000 to 700,000 Kenyans. These families will never heal, will never forget. It's easy to say heal. But when we now bring a discussion such as this one, I want you to imagine a family that is listening to us that was directly affected. The trauma continues. But Nduh, how did it start? It started from what I would call the failure by the then Electoral Commission to do the right thing. Because days into 27th, 28th of December of that year, it was clear that as the results was streaming, 180 in the then 210 was showing a clear pattern of loss and win for then Kibaki and Raila. And then suddenly the numbers changed in a manner that the public was not able to buy. And by the way, I must tell you that I was caught in that melee also that time. I had voted I vote up country in Kisumu. So I'd voted, and we were now with my family driving through Kabarnet, coming to Nakuru. I remember we had stopped at Lake Bogoria for the night. This is the time when the results were declared and the swearing in took place. We had to get police security from Bogoria to Nakuru because it was impossible. The lesson we should learn from this is 1 year to another election, how civil should our political leaders be? They are the fuel that will burn the country. When you hear some of them say, even if the votes will not be enough, they will add them. Add them from where? Because you see, that is how the suspicion begins. I think when I was here last, this is my second time, when I was here last, we touched a bit about Olkalau at that time.
Right.
And we said government invested too much resource in Olkalau until other Kenyans almost were praying their MPs die so that development goes. Because if that is how then development comes. But I fear the recklessness that is in the political divide. But admittedly, Kenyans are more enlightened now than they were in 2007. And actually, this by-election in Olkalau has shown them that, wait a minute, you can vote and just be there to see how the votes are taken to the tallying center and then counted. But I think this recklessness, and you look at the response by the security apparatus, the cabinet secretary and his peers for internal security, inspire no confidence. Every time you see Kipchumba Murkomen, it's like he dreams about Gachagua, because he speaks about Gachagua every day, forgetting to speak about how to secure the country. If I were in their shoes, this is that time to do round within the country and with NCIC and preach peace. And say, like Rupia Banda said, one day after an election, there will be a day after an election. There will still be Kenya. But if we let the political upheaval continue like this, first of all, the citizens are economically stressed. If you watched the weekend event in Kilgoris of the president's daughter, you could see a barrier between the event and the people of Intona, the people of that environment. Some that you would think were struggling to get basic needs, school fees to take their children to school. And there was a frenzy of choppers, countless, I think over 50 choppers that were there. You are provoking the citizen. You are provoking a poor citizen who is struggling to take their child to school by unnecessary largesse, grandiose and opulence, which only instills more anger in them. And that's why a few kilometers away, in the same Narok County, again, there was Gachagua, and you saw how he was being welcomed. So, and we have a government also that found coffers which were empty. So there was nothing in the coffers. But 4 years later, I see people weighing money with a weighing scale. This is what annoys the country. This is why I'm saying, if the lesson hasn't been learned and we are continuing like this, and you have said you will fill the ballot box regardless of the voter turnout, the citizen will then say, look, I have every reason to now die for this than every reason to live for. And I think that's where Kenyans have been pushed to reach. Did you see a clip of some young boys in Hurlingham using a rope on the road and asking motorists for money? So which country is that one now?
I mean, Eric, the issues you raise are fundamental. And at the center of all this has to go directly to how the political class is behaving in the country today. Because it is the very same political class where you'll say, fine, we will stuff the ballot boxes. Mutanu, we'll do what we want. Mutanu, you know. If they come here, we will protect the government, shoot them in the, to kill them, shoot them in the leg. And this is about handling security of the country. As we get there, Kenyans as well have to be assured of their security. If not, many have said, we will protect ourselves, because even the police themselves, we don't trust them. If you go to Okoh, Kenyans stopped police officers, ransacked them. Why? Because they did not trust that police officers would protect them and their vote. As we approach 2027, the political class must behave in what way to inspire confidence, especially coming from government.
Good. Dennis, thank you very much. You brought it as bluntly as I was going to do, but I was just still building further. The first responsibility of any sane government, I emphasize the word sane, the primary responsibility of any sane government is protection of life and property. Full stop. It's not building of roads and bridges. Because who are you building them for? If we are, people are not safe and they are being killed and they can't drive home and so on. I have been in various TV stations with political leaders who support government. And they have said shamelessly that they have goons. So a country that is breeding gangsters, actually, me, I call them gangsters. They are criminals. Call them for who they are. But they are being bred by government. You see the PS for Interior, when he is in Luo Nyanza, he has a convoy of these criminals. One time, a provincial administrator in Nyanza told me, but what do we do? Because they're the ones who know when the PS is coming and where he's going to. So we just have to drive behind them. Now, You see, we have just about 200,000 policemen in the country. Even if you go by the UN ratio of a police officer should take care of not more than 20 persons.
Yeah.
That's the expectation internationally. But we are 60 million of us with 200,000 policemen, and maybe 30 or 40% of that number is in all manner of amorphous responsibility of guarding VIPs and running as advance party all over. During elections, each polling station is required to have 2 police officers only.
Yeah.
But we will have 47,000 polling stations next year.
Yeah.
Times 2 is 94,000 police officers. Which means the manner in which police were abused in Olkalao will no longer be available. Because they will be stretched to the core, to the extent where the Inspector General of Police will be forced to issue a gazette notice of appointment of, what is it usually called? Temporary policemen for the purpose of elections. That's how you now see prison warders outside out of prison into the streets. KWS, yes. That time, they have been gazetted by the IG as temporary policemen. They are still not enough. So if the citizens decide, no, now what we want to do is different from what you are attempting to enforce on us, the citizens will overrun these agents. I can almost predict a situation where the citizens will go exactly the way it was happening in Olkalao. They'll just say, no, you come with your vehicles, park outside the polling station, walk in, let's see that your bag is only carrying your attire or warmth or food for the evening, and not ballot papers. It is because the confidence level of Kenyans has gone. Small things point to how next year can be.
Right.
We saw Dr. Mutiso, God bless her soul, was shot dead just around Upper Hill. And all of us, me included, believed that the killers were criminals and were going to be tracked down. Rigathi Gachagua said no. There were policemen who were being protected, that the killers were police.
And we thought him mad.
And everyone didn't believe Gachagua. Until Mohamed Amin, the director of criminal investigations, called a presser, corroborating every account of Gachagua. Had Gachagua not spoken, would Amin have spoken? That's how you begin that conversation. And if police are now hitmen for hire, using guns bought by the taxpayers' money that should be used to protect property and life, and is now being used in some unnecessary family feud to kill an innocent professional. Doesn't matter who she was. She didn't have to be killed by law enforcers who have gone to Kiganjo using the taxpayers' money, sworn to uphold the rule of the law. So, and then, did you see the pattern that all the 3 police officers belong to a single ethnic community? That's risky. Because then, in the mind of the country, fear will be getting towards a particular sphere. And that's very, very dangerous.
It's interesting that you bring this up, Eric, because I think back to the case studies that we did during my international humanitarian law class of internal conflicts around the world and how they happened, which unfortunately saw many an individual make their way to the international criminal court. Right? And some of the recipes or some of the elements of conflict are the same. They are mirrored. They were mirrored in Yugoslavia, they were mirrored in Sierra Leone, mirrored in Liberia, mirrored in Rwanda, and we see them here. Happened in 2007. And if you look at every one of these countries that I've mentioned, the conflict was internal,
yes,
but the elements of that conflict were perpetrated by a few. And some of the things that you bring up, they might seem subliminal. You can't really tell what they are. But if you allow them to fester, you then have a problem that you cannot deal with later. The hiring of people from one community. And you think that it doesn't have a problem today, but then seeing how this plays out in the minds of people later, then is an element or recipe for disaster.
Yes.
Now, who then bells the cat? When you're dealing with things like this, when you talk about internal conflict and the things that happen as a result of that, people are tired of being harassed, beaten, killed, disappeared by the police. They're tired.
Yep.
People do not want anymore to hear this thing of tutajaza debe. Nobody is interested in that. People have become, they have evolved in their political education or literacy and have said, we do not want this kind of thing anymore. People are exhausted when it comes to this thing that if I'm protesting about something for my rights and I'm beaten to a pulp, we don't want that anymore. But if you are seeing that that is what the temperament will be, those are the things that lead to internal conflict. Absolutely. Can you blame the people then who then take up the mantle to say, we don't want this anymore, whether it is an election, whether it is a protest, whatever the case may be?
Udok, you see...
Oh, by the way, I know we look alike, but this is Nduh. The other one is Udwa.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. So, Nduh, let me tell you. The 2007 post-election violence led to the deaths of 1,100 people. Some, when you remember, even that church in Eldoret, Kiamba Church, where even those who were attempting to survive and were running out were being returned into the inferno. And you are wondering, were we human beings that day, or we stopped being human beings? Because there comes a time you say we are human, doesn't matter the diversity of ethnic orientation. But I still blame government, whether this one or the government that successively came. Persons were taken to the ICC. The ICC case was a strong one to have been admitted. But it dropped. Those suspects who were taken to ICC came back home. Witnesses began recanting statements. When they were recanting statements, were they induced or were they threatened? There are reports of some of them missing, never to return. So a conversation ought to have begun at that point. You remember came the TJRC, the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Act, which created a commission here.
Yes.
They recorded statements, eventually recommended very many measures to return confidence and harmony among Kenyans. If you look at that post-election violence, it targeted a specific community in Kenya. The conflict was internal, but it sporadically went to target persons of the community of the Kikuyu, because President Mwai Kibaki was, he was Kikuyu. May he rest in peace. So this led to even a Kikuyu who had not voted but was living in Kisumu to become threatened. Many of them were displaced. I remember in my house in Kisumu, I hosted many families from the Kikuyu community. Many. At some point, I nearly became a victim of hoarding them. But they had been our friends until the election results were out. You didn't even know who they voted for. The risk that this portends is that today we have a president of the Kalenjin ethnicity with political allies who speak his community, spewing more hate than sobriety, saying it is always two-term, it must be two-term.
We must win.
It cannot be a statement of it must be two-term. Then why are we going to polls? Then just give him his second term, he continues. But if we are going to polls, the understanding must be that the two-term is not guaranteed until we vote. And that's why Gachagua was saying in his assessment, this is the scorecard. And the meeting of we must win in Naivasha had to come to a standstill to respond to the Gachagua issues. Kenyans have gotten to a level where they now believe that Gachagua has a way of getting information. There was a time he called a presser. He said the president is going to unveil something called 2060, Vision 2060. It came out to have been as accurately as that. If a speech can leak before it is read, what is it telling you as the leader? What is it telling you as the leader? The trouble Kenyans are having, which will bring this internal conflict, are those talks.
Sorry, can I pick at that a little bit?
Yes.
Because you said, what does that say? Because the only way for such sensitive information to leak is that there's somebody who's sharing it and maybe doesn't feel like whatever is going on is right, or that they're uncomfortable with the status quo.
Correct.
Wouldn't that be the only way that this information was getting?
Exactly, because this information is coming from right in State House. There is a speech writer. Actually, speech writing is a sort of a unit in State House.
Yes.
The people who write it take it to the president. He reads, he says, correct here, it is returned. Between that time, the correction and the proofreading, it has reached Gachagua. It means the people around the president who are speaking the language of Kenyans that, wait a minute, there is a problem. This is not what Kenyans actually expect. This is not what you're supposed to go and treat them to. If I were the president, for example, today, I would be speaking about harmony towards 2027. Dennis, I would be saying, look, I have had the singular privilege to have been your president for these first 4 years. We are starting the 5th one. And I look forward to a very peaceful year. Let's be peaceful. If you think we did well, we will deserve our second term. If, on the other hand, you think we need to go, because I tell you, if you ask Kenyans today, without regard to any ethnicity, even if you started in South Rift, I said Narok is in Rift Valley. It had a by-election the other day, 2 by-elections, one for an MCA in Narok town, and DCP candidate won, beating a UDA candidate. In Emurua Dikir, where Joanna Ngeno died, a DCP candidate got half the votes of the winner, 10,500 thereabout. Those are not Kikuyus, because the response we get rapidly from the president's supporters is of a Gachagua who is tribal and sees nothing in any mirror unless it is about the Kikuyu. But the voters who are in Emurua Dikir are predominantly Kalenjin. So these ones agree with Gachagua. Do you remember there was a time Gachagua spoke on phone to people in Northeastern, and there were demos in Northeastern province. So 2007 will be peaceful if government sets a tone of peace and a tone of accepting the will of the people. The tone must begin from government. They're the ones who have power. They're the ones who have the sword. He must call his boys to order and tell them, no, power belongs to the people. The people have on their own delegated it to us. Did you know our constitution also allows Kenyans to exercise their power directly without donating it to their leaders? So these people forget the power is donated by a person who can take back power and exercise it originally.
I mean, I know we're taking a short commercial break. We look at the weather and traffic, then we come back and continue the conversation. I would want us to look at even what the national anthem says, and maybe we'll draw from that.
Okay, let's take that break. We'll come back, and we know that the live stream, rather the setup is already at KICC. There's future conversation happening this morning. We'll probably come back and tap into that. Eric Okoh is with us this morning, and we're looking at issues around, if you're going to secure the nation for the future, you need to start having that conversation now.
Yes.
All right, we'll come back and continue with this after the short break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so busy in the city this morning. It's coming into the CBD, still pretty heavy as we're trying to get towards the city, coming off of Uhuru Highway, rather towards Uhuru Highway, coming off through towards Haile Selassie. It's busy there this morning, and it's going to be busy into the CBD for most parts of the morning from what we can see. The Thika Superhighway is not too bad, just around the Pangani Underpass as you come into town. And then as you come in from Limuru Road, in from the Village Market and United Nations Avenue, it's busy here as well this morning. We're keeping an eye on all of this and keeping it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. This August, renew your monthly subscription and give your little ones a holiday packed with cartoons, imagination, adventure, and so much fun. Discover magical first discoveries on Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi and Super Wings on ST Kids. Catch Fireman Sam and Thomas and Friends on Jim Jam. Step into the action with Avatar: The Last Airbender on ST Tunes. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Get connected at any of our dealer shops countrywide. Dial *858.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, continuing with Eric Okoh this morning, and we continue into that, saying, how are we setting the conversation?
Yes, how are we setting the conversation? But then again, we have established on this show again that it starts right or it starts wrong, depending on policies that you've put in place. And why do I go there? If you just look at the national anthem, the first answer, O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation, justice be our shield and defender. Our national anthem has been touted to be a prayer. It's a prayer to God, let justice be our shield and defender. Yet when you talk about justice be our shield and defender, and you hear statements that are being made, shoot to kill, shoot on the leg, shoot, we will defend you, we are the government. We are starting wrong, because that is the basis upon which then wananchi will either get to trust you with their security or not. When you hear the leader of government saying, mambo ni matatu, at that point, justice is no longer our shield and defender. No. We have abandoned the shield and defender, and we are taking matters into our own hands, disabusing the criminal justice system that Kenyans have donated to themselves through the constitution that will determine mambo ni gani. You get arrested, you are prosecuted, then the judiciary system decides where it is you are going. When we look at the law as a suggestion, how do you expect that wananchi will look at the law and trust that it is protecting them? Because many are saying, if I see goons, I will protect myself. Why? Because you've seen goons with the police.
And that's what I said, that Kenyans will respond in equal measure from what government serves. When you see someone like the Honorable Gachagua getting real-time supposed classified and secretive government operational briefs, it tells you that people in that ecosystem think that, there's a saying where I come from, that fish rots only from the head. So we have a head here who is saying, put this mambo mambo ni matatu, mambo ya aje, mambo ni matatu. You see, when you have a situation of the security apparatus believing that the people responsible for them unsuitable for office for one reason or another, the reaction is what you see. I was talking to a county commissioner somewhere, and he told me, look, we no longer do anything. We just wait for a call from Nairobi about a visitor who comes here. Then I put on my uniform, get a tree for that visitor to plant, take him around. When he leaves, I remove my uniform and retreat to be a Kenyan. They can talk from Nairobi. This is a person in charge of the County Security and Intelligence Committee in a county. The National Intelligence Coordinator of that county works under him. The Kenya Forests, Kenya Wildlife, NYS, Police, DCI, Administration Police. So, and I always say, even the police officers are from our regions. They're our brothers and our sisters. You will give them wrong instructions, and they will sometimes follow, sometimes they will not follow. A few of them who have been arrested are taking plea. You remember Talam with the case of Ojwang? Where is Talam now? He's in remand. But that day, Muhwana was saying a call came from the boss that they allow some visitors to visit this suspect. And all of us saw what happened. So I think that the level of confidence of Mwananchi, if they were asked with the police, is zero. And they have seen police come with goons. Something very scary. I was in some social place one day, a high-end place where you wouldn't expect goons. But there was a political leader and there were goons. And in the middle of the meeting, one of the goons was saying he was running to Jogo House. They had been called for an assignment. And that's the day Kinagashagwa were to go to Jogo, was it the IG's office and then Gikomba, you see. And you remember they were attacked by goons. So, and those goons were not arrested. The ones that attacked Senator Osotsi in Kisumu, Murkomen said they had gone to the neighboring country. What happened to our mutual legal assistance relationship of us and our neighbors? If goons who attack an elected leader go to a neighboring country, Kiza Besigye was here. He was handed over. So, and that means that Murkomen knows where they have gone to. So why is he still Minister of Security? So this is where we're heading to, that the country is moving into an election. Even this conversation about Vision 2060 is irrelevant if you ask me 1 year to elections. It's a diversionary tactic. Face the country and say we have an election next year. We do not want to return 20 years ago to conflict. Are there signs that there will be conflict? Yes, there are signs that there will be conflict. Because if you are saying utajaza, na sisi tunaona ni kama mpati, then mahali munajazia, shida itaanzia hapo. And I told you, the moment mwananchi has no money in his pocket, the moment they are not sure about what they will have for food, the moment they don't have that mattress and you want to bring it during a by-election, they know you are abusing them. Do you know even a madman in the market center? If you hit him with a vehicle, then you realize he has a cousin who is a lawyer. Yes. Yeah? True. So don't abuse anybody. They are Kenyans. They are seeing that while they are struggling to make a living, the largesse and misuse of their resources by the government of the day that found empty coffers is that which no one can accept. And that's why Kenyans are almost saying, look, we can carry our flags and say, if this is how I'm going to die, I'll die for my country. But to shield ourselves, these goons are few. They only come because they're shielded by police, but they live among Kenyans in a place called Ahero in Kisumu County, where I come from. The citizens hunted down about 7 goons and killed them. Because they said every time we report them to police, they go in the morning, they return in the evening. They go in the morning, they return in the evening. They hunted down 7, killed. They have been buried. So that's where it is heading to. You saw the political leadership of, was it Sifuna? They were in Vihiga. Some people were attacked, sent to go and attack them. 1 or 2 were killed. There's now going to be another Linda Mwananchi rally in Homa Bay on Sunday. There's all mobilization by the state in a manner that suggests that there will be an attack. Why do you attack them? Why don't you just let them come to Homa Bay? Homa Bay is not Uganda. Homa Bay is not Tanzania. It is in Kenya. These are leaders within Kenya. So it is government that is provoking. It is government that is not going back to their files to see that it took a very small incident in 2007, where even Kivuitu said that someone was cooking the results. He didn't know. Even he said he did not know where the results were coming from. In one constituency, the voter turnout was 115%. Turnout cannot even be 100%. In that constituency, it was 115%. And Kivuitu said he did not know where they were being cooked. That's how it ended. It burnt the country. We nearly lost our country. We nearly lost this country. And people have moved on. But these are people who, by the way, will be having their tickets and passports in their jackets. Half the time, if you check, during the time of voting, their families have been moved. They are not here. They are on holiday. They don't even vote. So that if there is trouble, they sneak. They leave the other basic Kenyan who has nowhere to turn to face that wrath. And that's why the country, if it is deciding it has a bad government in town, the one that wants to shoot them in the leg, the one that says this election we must win. You cannot say you must win an election.
You can't.
You can't say that. Just offer yourself there and let's wait for the votes. It's 363 days today. A conversation in KICC ought to have been a peace-building caucus. Actually, if the president was serious, the interesting thing is he's not serious. If he was serious, a conversation across the 47 counties today should be hosted by county commissioners and county governors and bring people together, business community, faith-led people, and speak about securing our units and country and fabric, the way he read of our national anthem, beyond August of next year.
Do you think that where Kenyans are at the moment, that they would choose peace over anything else? Or are Kenyans at the point where they've evolved, where they say, for the sake of peace, we are going to demand that certain things be?
Yes.
That must you go through a place of conflict to achieve that peace? Must you?
The Kenyans would rather the second.
Okay.
Yes, of going through conflict to achieve it. Kenyans have reached a point where they think government listens only through action. And that's why I am insisting that a conversation about 2060 now, 1 year to elections, is irrelevant, is diversionary, is not what anyone should listen to. People don't have food. People don't have food in 2026. Please, don't talk to us about 2060. And we have an election coming next year with a likelihood that you will lose election. So, the country can reset itself next year without you. Because if you say that, look, this election we must win, these people have no agenda. These people have an agenda to stop your theft. These people have an agenda to stop your misrule. These people have an agenda to stop your disrespect to the people who donated to you power. That's an agenda enough. removal is an agenda. So there's an agenda to remove you, but at the ballot, we are saying you are bad for the country, bad for the harmony of it. You are supposed to be a symbol of national unity. Everyone who wakes up to speak in support of you spews hate. So you are a threat to the unity of the country. So the country is saying, wait a minute, we have an opportunity next year. We will wake up and go and extinguish you democratically and wait for you to hand over power. Now you see where two political leaders who are my friends but who support the broad-based government, these are elected MPs, have told me that, you know what, Eric? Even Kibaki lost, but he didn't hand over power. He was sworn in. We know we lose, but we'll not hand over. I said, my friend, you're an MP. This is Kenya 20 years later.
Yeah.
This is not Kenya of 2007. So they are also taking the citizens for granted. Now the citizens know that we can stop you. And you know, Olkalao is now a very good precedent. You can actually ask the people of Olkalao to lend the other country John Methu to bring them for tutorials. You know, there's a guy called John Methu,
the senator.
The senator of Nyandarua. I mean, the guy went down. I mean, I don't know him in person. But I can't help admiring his resilience. He coordinated a campaign in the midst of a lot of difficulty and hostility and still delivered. Now, you know why I can see light at the end of the tunnel, Dennis, next year is because the amount of policemen that were deployed, because all those people who were hooded and were attacking journalists and attacking everybody, they were security agents. How come the vehicle of Honorable Kanini Kega was almost brought to a shell? Then his driver is still arrested for not having number plates. But there were very many other vehicles that didn't have number plates. But if there was an investigative expose by, I think, was it The Nation? I saw a very good piece by the media, which was showing this is a vehicle here, this is this gentleman here, this is him now shooting, this is him. We have not seen them brought to book anywhere, meaning they were agents of government. The joy I have is that next year, that amount of police deployment would not be available for one polling station because we will be requiring them in each of the 47,000 polling stations.
Eric, when you look at even those who oppose, because it's been said that anyone who's opposing government then or who's criticizing government has nothing to offer. But it has also been said that when someone tells you something is not working, it's because they want you to win. And how do you win? By fixing that which is not working. Because at the end of the day, you're the one who will take the accolades. If something is not working and someone is telling you it's not working, if you fix it, they say, now it's working, it is benefiting us. It is supporting you, but from the other side, they just want you to win. How relevant are Kenyans beyond an election and beyond the taxes that they pay? Because Kenyans become important during a campaign period. Kenyans become important when they are asked to pay taxes to fund government. But beyond that, mambo ni matatu. Beyond that, mtadu. Beyond that, we will starve.
You see, Dennis, the Kenyans, over the weekend, I was in my village and I just walked to the market center there, and every time now when the young people see vehicles, they associated with political leaders asking for votes. And I called them, we had a talk, and I told them, okay, how much are you always given by a politician before you go and vote? So there are those who are saying 200, 300, 500, 2,000, 10,000. At that time, I told one of them, bring your phone out. Let's calculate how many days exists in a circle of an election. And we got the number to be 1,865 days.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So I said, you are worth to that politician for the amount of money he gives you. Divide that amount of money with 1,865. Then you will see what your worth is to him. Sounded basic, but ended up being as painful as I had wanted it to come out. So, yeah,
it showed you what nothing.
It actually, yes,
you're worthless.
It's 0.0.
Yeah.
So I said, this is the time. And that's why I like young people who are coming to say, no, we are asking, how many young people do we have who are unemployed? I know we were talking about insecurity. There's something going on which no one is talking about also. There have been very many discharges from police colleges of recruits before passing out. This is serious. I want you to follow this.
Okay.
The police training college in Kiganjo, and there's another one in APTC here, and there's another one in Emali, all GSU training school. Someone should ask them to account for the entry recruits at the time the training began and today. Yes. Many of them, halfway of the training, have been discharged back to the society for want of this, midway into the training. What is that recipe for?
Disaster.
Some militia. Some militia that is being exposed back to the community. I like a conversation to speak from there. So that when the president goes for passing out, tell us how many officers have passed out. Someone in parliament ought to have told us when they reported there were this number. The ones that were released and they went where? How did they integrate in the community? They already know how to handle arms. So are you getting, Dennis, are you getting what I'm saying? That the future, the smoke doesn't sound good. But it should be worth no life to remain in power. It should be worth no life for you to remain in power. If the country is done with you, don't cause blood for one Kenyan.
By insisting on staying. No better words can this conversation end on. And if it costs that for you to remain in power, let it go.
That's it.
Eric Okoh is a governance and security expert and has been with us this morning. Eric, thank you. We're looking forward to the next one. Good morning. It is now 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news. I'm Sheila Tembur. The family of Eric Moiruri, a security guard who died after allegedly being shot by police in Githurai 44, Nairobi, is demanding justice and questioning the circumstances of his death. Moiruri is said to have been involved in an altercation with the club manager before police intervened. His family alleges that items including a knife and a damaged phone were placed at the scene to interfere with investigations. The family is also questioning how his body was handled and says they have been unable to obtain an OB number from Githurai police station for 2 days.
Manager alipigia polisi simu. Huyo akaita Stifo. Stifo vile alikuja na deno wakamuona juu wanamjua. Hakuna akapiga akakutoa risasi, akamchukua mikono juu. Akamwambia Stifo usiniue. Kabla uniue nitie mamangu. Hata watu wote walikuwa hapa wanasema. Hakusikia, ni kumshuti tu alimshuti. Mimi nikasema nataka nione ni vitu gani hiyo mnasema juu ni mwisi, nataka nione ameiba nini. Huyo mtu alikuja na bagi, wakaingia kwa mtaro kutoka hapa mpaka pale. Walitoa mascrab ya simu na kisu. wakaeka ndani. Mimi nikamuuliza wakinichapa, kwa nini huyu mtu kama amerua hapa, hiyo vitu angekuwa nazo hapa, kwa nini mnasiendea pale? Mwili ilikuwa imejaa matope na alipigwa risasi akiwa msafi kama huyu. Sijui kama alienda kumweka kwa mtaro juu kuanzia kichwa mpaka juu chini amejaa matope.
Meanwhile, Human Rights Organization Vocal Africa has raised concern over alleged extrajudicial killings involving police officers and called for action against those found responsible.
It's very clear that this problem of police killings, extrajudicial killings, is with the heads of police and security services in this country, because they are not doing anything.
In a separate case, the family of Marion Nduh, who was allegedly shot by police at Gikomba Market on 3rd August, is demanding justice. An autopsy at Kenyatta National Hospital found that the bullet caused fatal brain injuries.
Infection ndio iliingia kwa mwili wake wakati ilichanganyikana na damu na ika-affect viungo zake zile zingine ikiwa mpaka ubongo, na hiyo ndio kitu ilisababisha kifo chake.
And today the world marks International Youth Day under the theme Different Context, Common Aspirations. The day highlights the challenges facing young people and recognizes their important role in promoting sustainable development. In Kenya, attention is also turning to the role of young people in environmental conservation and efforts to address food insecurity following poor rainfall in some parts of the country. Here are the views of some young people on how they can contribute to tackling these challenges.
Vijana wanaweza kufanya civic education through their social media platforms, to spread awareness about climate change na ways they can combat food insecurity in the country.
Tunaenda kwa shamba, tunalima, tunapanda, kama kumekosa maji, tunatoa maji kwa river, tunamwagilia. Lazima tupande chakula.
Vijana tuache kuwa embarrassed to farm. Farm ni inaweza kuwa a career, to provide food, so we should practice more farming, planting trees na make sure environment zetu ziko safe. Ndio unajua pia hizi parts zinatupea your food consumption and etc.
Kupanda miti na ikue kama our project that we are doing like every other maybe 3 months or 6 months.
This comes a day after residents of Trans Nzoia were urged to stop cutting down trees, which authorities says is contributing to climate change and worsening food insecurity.
Unajua Mount Elgon is a water tower. Unajua hii area ya Trans Nzoia is a water catchment area mpaka Cherengani. Ni sehemu ambayo tunategemea kwa mambo ya nini? Ya maji. Kwa hivyo ni wajibu wetu sisi kama wakazi wa hapa Trans Nzoia tuhakikisha kwamba tumelinda msitu. Maanake tunapata faida kutokana na hii msitu. Tumeshangaa kuona juzi hapa baada ya sisi kuwa na waziri hapa na mumeongea na waziri na mukapewa ahadi ya kwamba kuna NGO itakuja kuwasaidia PS wenu, mtoto wenu hapa Hari Mutai amewaongelesha.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutu Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na endi alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, coming in at 10 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of the Situation Room this Wednesday morning. Ebola, you've heard it. You're wondering, there was a whole ruckus, hullabaloo about whether Kenya was going to have a facility, this, that, the other thing. But it doesn't take away from the fact that Ebola is one of the deadliest diseases on the planet. If I'm wrong, Dr. Victoria Kanana will tell us. She is a public health emergency preparedness and response lead with the Kenya National Public Health Institute under the Ministry of Health, and she joins us in the hot seat this morning. Good morning, Dr. Kanana.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here this morning. We're going to look into this, into the details. We're talking about Ebola preparedness and response, and so we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of it this morning. But before we do that, Dennis goes around the African continent every week. He comes back from one country and then he shares its proverbs. We'd love to get you to interpret the proverb today.
The country we're in today is Mauritania, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. They are rich in gold, copper, gypsum, and phosphate. They're equally rich in fish. So the kind of fish that you get from this country is sardines or omena. So mackerel, octopus, tuna, and other commercially valuable fish that they do have. They also have a train that is called the iron ore train. And the reason being, it's the longest, spanning 2 kilometers long and heaviest in the continent because of, look at the things that they're transporting using that train. But the proverb we get from them this morning, when praying for a madman, never close your eyes. When praying for a madman, never close your eyes. How would you interpret it? What do you think people of Mauritania are telling us?
Well, when school used to be told there's a superficial meaning and the deeper meaning.
Yes.
So when praying for a madman, never close your eyes.
Yes.
Because the man
is still mad, and mad people may attack you or that kind of thing. So be vigilant, even when you're praying for a situation. Be vigilant. Just be aware.
Sure.
Well interpreted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean that you can, for sure. Just always be on your guard. Be on the lookout. Okay, so we're going to get into Ebola a conversation this morning. It's not new in terms of a disease on the world scale or the world stage. There was a time where infection rates were crazy a few years ago. It was all over the world, essentially. But then still seems to come from particular countries where there is a worry concern about it. And whether in this region we're looking at DR Congo and Uganda, whether in the Western region we're looking at Sierra Leone and maybe some other parts of other countries. But right now, if you were to give an overview before we get into the details, what are we looking like in terms of the current Ebola rate of infection and the practice around working with those cases?
Okay, so we have an ongoing outbreak currently in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and it is a serious outbreak. The cases are many, over 4,000 right now. With unfortunately over 2,000 deaths. And
do these 2,000 deaths include this global number of 4,000, or is it 4,000 infections plus 2,000 deaths?
4,000 infections, and of those 4,000, 2,000 people have passed away, unfortunately. But so far that's where we are. And we're saying it's serious because in the history of Ebola outbreaks, this is the fastest growing. It's still not the biggest. The 2014 and 16 one was the biggest, with about 28,000 cases and 11,000 deaths. But this is the fastest growing, meaning we can surpass even that number, and that's why preparation is so important. But maybe I can go a bit into the history of Ebola and why it happens in the regions it's happening in. So the first case of Ebola, I think, was discovered in 1976 near the Ebola river. It's named after a river called Ebola in DRC. And since then, we've had outbreaks. And these places have equatorial forests and tropical forests. That's East Central Africa and parts of West Africa. And Ebola is believed, it's a virus that's believed to be hosted primarily in fruit bats. And the reason, therefore, it occurs in these areas is because we have fruit bats in these areas. And it goes undetected within the forest. The bats don't show symptoms. They pass to each other. It is fine. But it spills over.
So for purposes of clarification, you'd be surprised that you would have to clarify. But fruit bats are the bats that consume fruits.
Yes, they eat fruits. I believe they're called fruit bats.
You would be surprised why we have to clarify that, but please.
No, it's important. I'll even tell you something because of that. Yes, so they eat fruits, and it spills over now to human beings. Because we do go into forests. Our populations are growing. So we're going to be, living near forests or farming in forests or whatever it may be. It can also be found in primates, and that is why we encourage people not to handle wild animals, whether dead or alive. Because they harbor viruses or illnesses that can spill over to us. So that's just a background of Ebola and why it occurs in the areas it occurs in.
So we look at the rate at which it is spreading, and rather even how humans then get into contact with it. It's because if you look at the fruit bats that you're talking about, after the bats have eaten that and they've dropped to the ground, then you'd find other animals as well that would eat the same. And when you're hunting and you take that wild animal home that has consumed a fruit that had that Ebola, say if it's spit or from that bat, then that animal would pass it to humans because you've consumed an infected animal that you did not know ordinarily.
It will pass to humans, but not because of consuming it. Because of handling its body fluids. You're butchering it, so blood spatter might get mixed with your own body fluids and that kind of thing. And of course, if you don't cook it well, then it's going to be raw. And so the virus now spreads.
So Dr. Kanana, we're dealing with kind of like these animals are carriers, but they don't suffer the disease. Is that what we're saying?
For some, I believe for some of the strains, they might not actually suffer the disease, but for others, they do. Yeah, but we need to get an animal health expert here also for that.
So just again, for clarity, because people always say, okay, so what from the fluids of this animal, in this case, primarily the fruit bat.
And primates.
So we're talking about monkey, chimp, all of this gorilla. Right? And that you're dealing with the fluids from the carcass and blood, whatever the case may be.
Or bites. Even from
so
the
if
animals.
a live animal has bitten you and it could be a bat,
yes,
they do,
has
bitten you and they are carrying this virus, then what is the likelihood, just not from the bodily, from the fluid, from a bite, what is the likelihood that one could get infected with the virus in terms of percentage?
I may not have a percentage on that, but it's very likely, especially if the virus is in plenty within its own system, then it is very likely. Because we do believe that is how it is initially spilled. It initially comes into human beings.
Kind of like if you're bitten by a rabid dog, you will probably get rabies.
Exactly. And it's not only just the those fluids, it means even coming into contact with urine, fecal matter, that kind of thing.
So now that we've established how that then is spread, right? One then asks the question, you look at the work that is going into DRC to treat the sick, to ensure the spread does not get there. Uganda has to be given its flowers for managing to handle the issue. Now they are Ebola free. But that does not mean that it still cannot spread to other jurisdictions. Now enter Kenya. We know a lot of work has gone into the same, but how would you look at the ground that we've covered in terms of preparing ourselves against the disease, because you also can't tell who has it easily.
That's true. So initially when the outbreak was declared in the DRC, that was in April, we did an assessment internally, or rather within the Kenya National Public Health Institute. We did an assessment of our preparedness. How prepared are we? And we scored 66%. And it's important to be truthful so that you know what to work at. And it is true. It would be low, would consider that low. A score of above 80 is best. Would consider that low because we are naive in Kenya to Ebola. We've not really dealt with it. We've dealt with Marburg, but it was in the 70s, I believe, late 70s. It was just one case, if I believe. But after that, we've really not dealt with Ebola. So our health workers are not adequately sensitized. Our services are not up to par. So that assessment gave us a direction. Where are we going to put our efforts in? 66 means there are some things we're doing very good in. That's surveillance, contact tracing. If someone was to be infected and we need to get their contacts, we're very good at that. But there are areas where we're failing. That's infection prevention and control, specifically for health workers, how to protect themselves. We are not doing very well in what we are calling our infectious disease units, where we would treat patients and keep them in a way that they do not infect those who are caring for them. So those are the things now we have been working on. And I'm very happy and proud to say that after about 3 months of preparation, we've increased that score to almost 90 now, to almost 90. But in our public health space, especially for outbreaks, we say the real test is an actual outbreak, but we are not praying for it at all. But we are doing our best.
So, Has Kenya, from what we know, have there been any cases of Ebola in Kenya?
None at all.
None
Could
this point to then the high score of preparedness that then there is available? Because would you have to battle longer or more if there were actually active cases in Kenya and then trying to sort out preparedness for this? Or does the lack of cases then allow for a situation whereby you can prepare?
Yeah, this is the ideal situation. You know it is happening somewhere, so you have time to prepare for it. So the lack of cases actually has given us an opportunity to prepare. What I'm very proud of, what the government has supported us to do, or also what the government has done, is to ensure our health workers are well sensitized on this subject. And it is something that we are continuing, and we focused on what we are calling our 12 high-risk counties. And these counties just follow that road from Busia, Bungoma, the Ugandan border, all the way down to Mombasa. So these counties are high-risk counties. And so we have done a lot of training. And not just training, also simulating a case coming into a hospital. We're ensuring those health workers know what to do. We are building capacity in as far as the doctors, nurses, clinical officers, or anyone else, consultants who would be treating patients.
Walk us through what a simulation would look like. For example, patient 0 turns up, I don't know, Busia border, and the surveillance that's happening, because the surveillance is checking of temperature, looking for symptoms, all of this. And then you find that actually, without a doubt, this is a case of Ebola. What happens next?
Okay, so the surveillance team has done the initial screening. They would need to put that patient in what we call a holding facility. They may not have an isolation facility there at the moment, but they'll have a holding facility. And in this facility, the patient is kept well, comfortably, and depending on the symptoms, if they're not too serious, they have time to inform maybe a team, what we call a rapid response team, to come and take samples. Because would have to confirm the Ebola in that patient. Would come and take samples. It is taken to a lab. We get the results. If the patient is negative, they are released, but we also know what else could be causing the symptoms they have, because the symptoms also look like malaria or typhoid.
And how long does that take to come out? The screen results?
Right now it is 12 hours because we have to do 2 confirmatory tests. So one test takes 6 hours, then we do a second one just to be sure. But we are trying very hard to reduce that time. We have mobile laboratories, so that is really helping as well. So once you get the results, if it is positive, then this patient, real time, maybe this patient is in Busia, we would, right now where we are, we would transport this patient maybe to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. It may seem far, but it is best that they are there because we have a proper infectious disease unit there. And we've trained all the doctors and the nurses there who would be manning that unit.
And how is this person being transported to?
There will be a specific Ebola ambulance, and we are mapping them out now. We just finished training for ambulances last week, and then they will go and cascade that training to more ambulances and ambulance operators, both private and public. And we'll also be working with other organizations to help us with that.
So you look at Ebola with DRC being the epicenter of the same, right? And with that, then you look at other countries that border DRC as well, would be high-risk countries as well, because like we've said in Kenya, any county that then have been considered to be 12 is because of the proximity to where anyone who's coming from DRC passes through, right? But now let's look at all these other countries as being high-risk countries, and there has to be government's coordination in being able to address that. So just speak to us in terms of, say, someone is coming from Sudan, they share a border with DR Congo. At the airport, what happens? So that if anyone comes in and they go through a specific way of being treated, being screened, someone is not surprised on what is happening.
Yes.
And even when you want to leave Kenya, go to DRC, how would one be treated at the point of exit and entry?
Yes, that's a good one. So what we are doing here is we are screening travelers from those countries and any travelers maybe who have been in Congo maybe in the last 21 days. Yeah, even if they're coming from somewhere else, and in the 21 days before that they were in Congo and initially Uganda, we'll screen them at the airport.
Okay.
Yeah, they are going through a specific gate. It's called gate 16.
Okay.
So there's a bit of inconvenience, which is okay at this point. Yeah. So if you're a frequent traveler, maybe you've noticed now you're being redirected somewhere else. Yeah. And we have our officers there. What they're doing first is there's a self sort of screening tool.
Yeah.
People are using on their phones. We are calling it the Uhai chatbot.
Okay.
It's based on WhatsApp.
Anyone can download it?
But you download it there. It is better to download it there. There's a QR code there. Put your phone, you download it. It asks you questions. Where you're from, your seat number on the plane, and I'll explain why all this is important. Yeah. So where you're from, whether you've come into contact with anyone with Ebola, whether you are treating someone with Ebola, if you're a health worker, and that kind of thing. The seat number you are, because if you do develop symptoms later, we have to contact the people who are sitting around you.
Yeah.
That's why that question is important, because you've been asked some of these questions. Why, but that is the reason. Yeah. And then the health workers we have now, they're at the airport now, either take your temperature and now log in your details. Yeah. We then follow you up for 21 days.
Okay.
If you're coming in country, we'll follow you up for 21 days. If you're just transiting, you'll be allowed to transit so much as you're not showing symptoms. But if you are showing symptoms, you'll be taken aside, given treatment if you require treatment, maybe for a fever, that kind of thing, and then your sample will also be taken and you wait for results before we decide what to do next. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So during the 21 days that I'm under, say, government reader, let's just call it what it is, Macho ya serikali na yangalia. During that point, exactly what happens, because 21 days, are you being you're being traced, or rather you're being watched just to follow up on what happens? What exactly happens during that time? Am I being held somewhere?
No, you're not being held somewhere. You're going on with your business because you're not showing symptoms. Remember, if you show symptoms at the airport when you're entering, we'll put you aside and do a test. If you're positive, we'll take you for treatment. If you're negative, we'll release you. But if you've been coming from Congo, because the incubation period for Ebola is 2 to 21 days. Yeah. So you can show symptoms anytime within those 21 days. So we are literally just sending you a message. You have told us where you are, but we don't even know where you are going. No, we're not following people like that. But you've given us your primary residence while you're here. And we send a message. How are you feeling today? Are you experiencing these symptoms? Blah, blah, blah. We'll go, I guess, into the symptoms later. And if you say yes, then we tell you what to do. We tell you go to a hospital. You need to be checked. We will come. We'll take a sample so that we can test you. And why this is so important for people to comply as far as this is concerned is the beauty about this particular virus. If we get you early, you are likely going to survive. Yes, we'll be able to manage those symptoms and you're likely going to survive. Unfortunately, if we get you late, then things may not go so well.
All right. Let's take a break, and then we're going to come back with Dr. Victoria Kanana and look at then what some of these symptoms are, and then when is too late, and then so that we can know what it is that we're talking about, and then what it actually means if the symptoms are that you've actually come too late, and what could possibly happen. We're talking about Ebola preparedness, and just being able to deal with this across, just being safe, rather safe than sorry. But we're looking into all the details this morning. We'll continue when we come back from this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what it looks like. It's actually busy into the city this morning, and coming off of Raila Odinga Way, there's quite some traffic that's going to touch on Gong Road, and there's still that traffic that's coming in heavy all the way from Limuru Road today through United Nations Avenue, trying to find its way through towards Kiambu Road, but then also some of that coming through towards the city centre. So it's really busy getting into the city today. As you come up of North Airport Road, there's still a little bit of traffic left here. In and outbound towards Cabana, so then out towards Embakasi. So that's one to watch. Langata Road not looking too terrible right now. We're coming out of traffic hour soon, but keeping an eye on all of this and keeping it moving through Wednesday. SpiceFM KE on X.
Being a parent is a beautiful journey, but let's be honest, it's also a high energy sport. When your little one is comfortable, dry and free to explore, there's absolutely nothing stopping them. That's why this week on Sugar and Spice, we are celebrating your child's unstoppable milestones in partnership with Bidco. Tune in weekdays from 11 a.m., share your toddler's most unstoppable moments with us, and you could win a premium Gentle Care baby pants hamper from Bidco.
For the unstoppable, for the mother who cares.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We're looking into Ebola and its preparedness this morning, and Dr. Victoria Kanana is here with us today. Before we went into the break, just to look at, Dr. what are some of these symptoms? Yep. Like you said, they could mirror typhoid, malaria, but what are they, and how would you know distinctively that it's not typhoid or malaria?
Okay. So the symptoms are extreme fatigue. With this particular strain, that is what the experts are seeing. Extreme fatigue, fever, muscle aches, just feeling weakness, and these severe headaches and joint pains. These are the ones we're calling the dry symptoms, the early stage symptoms. Then we go into the wet symptoms, the later stage symptoms, where you might have bruising, vomiting, diarrhea, and then in the later stages, bleeding, from the orifices in your body. But that is
bruising
much.
Of what? Just like
bruising of your skin.
Okay,
yes.
just like normal, like you would be sitting here and then there would be
Yes, it looks like bruising.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
Okay.
But I'll explain why.
Okay.
Because this virus, what it does, it destroys endothelial cells within the body, and coagulation pathways, and destroys your organs, particularly the liver, and the kidneys. So your ability to coagulate, to stop, the clotting within your body, that is destroyed by this virus. And that is why we have the bruising and the bleeding much later on. And really what seems to kill people also is the organ failure of the livers and the kidneys. So that is why it's very important to come in early, especially during the dry symptoms, the early stages, when you have that fatigue, that fever, you're just feeling, weakness. Those symptoms of malaria people feel. That is the time to really go to hospital so that we can check you out. And the only way to differentiate it from typhoid or malaria is to actually do the test.
So what's happening in the body, and I'm getting really physiological here, but what's happening in the body when these dry symptoms are taking place for it to be early enough to catch it?
Okay, the virus is starting to grow in your body, and your body is recognizing it. The
white blood cells have said, hey.
There's something here happening and we are not liking it. And those are the symptoms of an early viral disease. Or a disease, and it's a viral disease in the early stages. That is why it's important to go that time. When you get your wet symptoms, your organs are starting to now fail.
So please stop me when I'm wrong before I start spreading the fake gospel. We know that viruses don't have a cure. Across board. Okay? Now, what happens if you then are saying come in when you have the dry symptoms, but we know you cannot cure this virus? You can work out the symptoms and treat the symptoms, But then how are you dealing with the problem so that you then don't get the full-blown Ebola?
So dealing with the symptoms is just giving your body
comfort, really.
Comfort, but also we are bolstering your body. We are helping your body. Okay. When you reduce your temperature,
mercenaries to
exactly.
Help
when you're reducing your temperature, your body now is starting to get back to normal. That it can whatever more of these white cells
fight the
virus. Okay, that is what we are doing. So your body, when supported, can fight a virus.
Okay.
And we let the virus now do its thing and leave the body.
So when you don't come in, and I think this is important. So when you don't come in during the dry symptoms, what you're essentially doing is that you're letting the white blood cells fight on their own, or at least send the alarm on their own, and then at some point your disease fighting elements are going to be overtaken by this thing without the support that you would get if you went in.
Yes, you are basically overwhelming your body.
So by the time the wet symptoms come in, you have no chance. Is that what you're saying?
Not entirely, no.
Okay.
No. Just it also depends, I think, on our own physiology.
Yeah. Okay.
There are people who can probably make it. But it's usually too late. It's usually too late. That's why we encourage people to go in early.
So by the time there's blood, you're done.
That one, I think you're done. By the time you're bleeding, you're done. But that's also a very rare symptom. Maybe when you watch movies and stuff like that, where it's explained to you, that's what they show. Those are the rare symptoms, and they happen really later on.
We talk about the symptoms, their arm, but then again, there is equally the preparedness that communities play a vital role in making sure that Nyumba Kumi that we keep on talking about happens, that you know your neighbor, you know if someone had left, where they had gone to, they are back, in terms of intelligence gathering and helping deal with this issue. So how are we then preparing a community, say in Busia? Have we empowered the communities to be aware that at the border there's a high possibility that then we could get someone crossing in and you need to react in a certain way, or you need to protect yourself in a certain way, and that you're the number one ambassadors when it comes to dealing with this? So how are we protecting, rather empowering communities within these 12 high-risk counties to as well be ready and be the ambassadors you need?
We are doing a lot of that, a lot of risk communication and community engagement. We have what we call our community health promoters. That's a very big program for this current government, and supporting community health promoters in the services they are giving in the community, which is actually making their neighbors in the community they're serving aware of all sorts of diseases, and Ebola included. It's actually in their curriculum, and they're trained on certain signals to pick up, and that's what they train also in our community members. If we start seeing maybe a lot of deaths or people having this kind of symptoms, we need to report, we need to go to hospital so we can be tested, we need to behave a certain way. So a lot of that is going on currently, but it is also something that's continuous. The
Bujubujo strain has no vaccine.
No,
right? And with that then, and the way it's spreading, then it's a concern. But that notwithstanding, because you said there is a way that you can deal with the symptoms for you to be able to fight the disease, right? And in terms of then stocking hospitals, in making sure that whatever is needed, the boom that we need to fight that disease, do exist. How are we faring in stockpiling what is needed for would-be patients to deal with that? Because then you don't want to have a patient, but you're waiting for KEMSA to release from Nairobi.
So the government has set aside money for the purchase of commodities and medicines, specifically for treating patients who may come into hospital with Ebola. So that process is ongoing. We already have PPEs in country, quite a number of kits in country, so that also health workers can protect themselves when they are attending to these patients. So the government has made a lot of investment in that, and I would say I'm confident. If in the unfortunate case we do get a patient, there will be the commodities available to take care of that patient.
When we look at the proximity that Kenya has to DR Congo, we also know that early on with other strains that Uganda was also a hotspot when it was dealing with that. Are there best practices? I mean, for some reason, obviously we know that because if this is the epicenter, this is essentially the source of the bug. Are there collaborative efforts between Kenya, for example, being a neighbor country of both of these, to say that this is how best we can deal with it? Because there was a time, I mean, DR Congo got there was almost 0 cases, Uganda got to 0 cases, and then suddenly it flared up again. But there's got to be something that they're doing, and I want to say right, quote unquote, that they are now saying, you know what? We've gotten to 0. It's reduced significantly. There's something that they're doing. What was that? And what lessons can actually be learned from that?
Yeah. Okay. So first, we have collaborative efforts with Uganda. Yes. We talk with them. We had a standing meeting every Friday, and we talk with them. And they give us a lot of advice on what we should probably be focusing on and how to prepare. I would say because of the many outbreaks they've also dealt with, they do know how to deal with it. They've had practice. But they're very clear on how to deal with Ebola, and they speak to their communities, and their communities are aware. That is a very key thing, making communities aware, and that is why we're making all efforts as a government to provide information. That's why I'm here. My bosses will be here. We are going to even vernacular stations, everything we can do to give people the information they need. Why is the community so key? The spread of Ebola in Uganda, one of the reasons is being in Congo, is being fueled by the lack of trust community has in its either health system. I'm not sure if it's a health system or the people who are there to help them, but there's a lack of trust. And so you can see some of the things that the communities were doing there were not helping the situation. So that I believe is what Uganda does very well. Their communities are they know about the subject, they report in time, and they trust their health workers. Even telling us a story of someone who came from Congo, went into Uganda, just stopped somewhere and called their hotline and told them, I'm feeling sick, come get me. I know you'll take care of me. So there's that trust in the system in Uganda, and that's what we want to build here in Kenya.
The hotline aspect, I think, is important as well, right? And in Kenya, we know we launched the emergency 992 the other day. That does exist. But when it comes to Ebola hotline and its effectiveness, how are we faring with that? Because if you say Uganda's hotline is that good, then that's a best practice that then Kenya must equally put in place to ensure that Wananchi trust that hotline and trust the medical personnel that they're able to, because we also have to say that Kenya in the region is considered to be having a proper health system as compared to other countries, right? But the hotline, where is it? What is it? Is it working? If anyone wants to call the hotline today, what's that number?
The number is 719. That is what we call. That's what we also used in COVID. So we tried to maintain the number so it can be in people's memories. 719. And if you just want information, or through USSD chats, *719#. And you will get assistance. And we are trying to also connect that even with counties. So if you say I'm in Wasingishu, then the 719 will connect you with someone in Wasingishu, so that help can get to you much faster.
There is a narrative that was spun at some point, or that maybe in the minds of others continues to be spun, that Ebola, or at least this most recent incidences of Ebola, is untrue or unreal. Now, where we live in a world of conspiracy, it has been that people have used medical emergencies as political tools when in fact there was nothing. In this case, are the cases that we're hearing or the potential risk of Ebola coming into Kenya real?
It is so real. Let's trust this time. Let's listen to Kenyans, listen to the Ministry of Health. Ebola is real. People are actually dying in the DRC. It's very sad. Health workers are dying. Someone is going to work to help someone who's sick, and they also die. It is real. Children are also dying from this disease, and even faster than adults. That's some information we got. That's why it's important. If you do feel you're sick or you've come into contact, go early, because children are dying even much faster. So this is real. Yeah. All those other things I may not know, but the outbreak is real. Yeah.
You know, it has also been said, so let's just be the devil's advocate, right? That Ebola in the country has been linked to foreign funding in terms of vaccines and all that. And many have said that with what has been said, or rather what is there online, many are having questions as to whether this Ebola story is a reality. So when we see that the US government has given X amount of funds for Ebola preparedness, right? Let's disabuse this notion that that is political, that is a way of pushing vaccines to people who do not need it.
An outbreak anywhere in the world, especially Ebola, is an outbreak everywhere. Okay? And we had a very good example of this with a case in France. Okay? I don't think the French were expecting at all, that they would get Ebola. The public health experts maybe, and they prepared for it in a way. But you see, that was someone who was well. They were treating people in Congo, and now they fell sick when they had left Congo. They actually fell sick when they'd left Congo. But they were taken home and they were treated. That was in France. It didn't even come to Kenya. It went to France first before it came to Kenya. So even if we do get support from other countries, we get it because they are also protecting their own people. If they support Congo, if they support Uganda, if they support Kenya, that is to prevent the disease from spreading. And that support also benefits us. I think we're getting to a world where we need to be more collaborative. There are people who have certain strengths, and there are those who need support in certain ways. And in dealing with this preparation, we are working together with everybody. I told you we've been meeting with Uganda. We are speaking with our colleagues from all the other countries in Africa, even from America and wherever else, just to be prepared, just in case it comes here. And the reason why it's so important for Kenya not to have a case or prepare in case one comes is we are a major hub in Africa. You go to the airport, people are coming in from all over the world and going to everywhere around the world. So having a case here is a very big deal. So, and we don't want that.
So we know that some viruses have vaccines. Do some strains of Ebola have vaccines?
Yes.
And why doesn't this one?
Okay. So first there are 5 strains of Ebola. The ones that affect humans are the Zaire strain, Sudan strain, and this Bundibugyo. And the common ones are usually Zaire and Sudan. And those are the ones that have the virus. Because the vaccine. And because they've been having outbreaks of those strains, vaccine development had been happening. And finally there was a vaccine for that. For Bundibugyo, there are trials going on, I believe, in the UK and Canada as well. And even trials in Congo for a medicine, a post-exposure medicine. But we'll get information on that. The world will get information on that if it goes well. So we don't have a strain because there wasn't the impetus. People are focusing
disease
on
burden.
People are focusing on the Zaire and Sudan. Viruses. But that's just what we do in science. It's not a conspiracy or anything like that. We focus on what happens most often. Because you'll save lives. More. But now that you have Bundibugyo, the scientists are working on it.
The scientists working. There has always been a question where I don't know how you take it, but that African problems have always been sorted outside this continent. You know, like even now, as we're talking about R&D, when you talk about Ebola is predominantly an African problem. It's our disease, many would say, right? And with that, then with the research and development happening outside, many would say, you could correct me as well if I'm wrong, that you look at the trials on individuals outside the continent, and perhaps it does not respond to our genome types and how we are built as Africans. And as a super developed health system that we have in the country and the scientists that we have here, are we as well investing into finding if it's vaccine, if it's treatment, medication for Ebola, especially what it is we're experiencing at the moment, and perhaps just tell us how far we are.
Yeah, the country is investing quite a bit. I don't know if you're aware of the Kenya Biovax Institute.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, yeah, and the vision, I believe, is that we will be going into research and development of our own vaccines. So they're putting that institute up. Actually, it's up. I think they've made some developments. Yeah, you should probably get the KBI guys to come. yeah, and give Kenyans this information. It's important. The government is working very hard to ensure that we are one of those countries in Africa that would develop human vaccines. There's also just the manufacturing of health products itself. And I think even our president has talked about this, that we are putting a lot of investment into being able to produce medicines ourselves or health products and technologies.
That
And
can
we're
actually
also
be applied to ourselves.
Oh,
Because
yes.
for the longest time, have we not been the receptacle of Western medicine? Being the fact that we are of the Negroid descent, and so the way in which we are treated and the medicines that we take in will have different effects on our body than those of, for example, of Caucasian descent. But a lot of the medication has been in labs, in clinics to treat people of Caucasian descent, and we take it on. So is this not a call then to say that India did it? India had their own COVID vaccine for crying out loud because they realized, hey, come on, we can do this for ourselves. And the way we treat ourselves will be different from the medicine that we take from somebody else.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And even science is getting into that. It's getting into precision medicine, even looking to you as a person, as an individual, and tell you this medicine will work this way because you are made this way. But can Africa do it? Can Kenya do it? Absolutely. We just actually have to talk and be united. First, we need to secure our own markets so that we are not, if Kenya wants to go into health products, we are not just producing all the health products. We can decide to produce this number. Rwanda does this other number. Uganda does this other number, so that we can secure the market, and protect ourselves and focus on our bodies and research on our genetics.
Have we learned from, say, COVID, when we were looking for these viruses, and you remember everybody closed their borders and said, we must take care of our people first. Anything else that is surplus, then we will send to Africa, And are these lessons perhaps that then one would say African governments have learned, hence the reason why they're looking inwards? And what would that then do in case of an emergency, say Ebola, and we have our own medication, in terms of response time and dealing with this disease now, rather than waiting for everyone else to do the research, then start saying, before you stock your shelves, please give us some?
I would say, in fact, the developments we've made so far have been is because of the lessons we learned from COVID. After COVID, and we reviewed and all that, and the government says, okay, like you said, we need to protect our people. That's why the Kenya National Public Health Institute was established. It's been establishment for a while, but it was accelerated after COVID to be able to focus on outbreaks, which are going to be more and more, especially zoonotic outbreaks. These are diseases from animals that spill over into human beings, just because our populations are growing and we are getting into, animal areas, forests, and all that. That's why the Kenya Biovax Institute also was established. It's because we realized we need to protect ourselves. So yes, we've learned this from COVID. And the beautiful thing is not just Kenya, it is Africa as a whole. Even under the leadership of the Africa CDC, or the coordination of Africa CDC. As we speak, we have a continental incident management team sitting in Uganda. Continental means there's everyone represented there, and they're looking at this Ebola virus from that lens. What do we need to do this in this area? What do we need to do in this area?
When we talk about, because we've had disease elimination on this continent, we're not talking about people who've come from outside and say we've had polio eradicated in many countries on the continent. We've had what would have been measles eliminated in some parts of the continent. continent. So it's possible to do it from here.
Yeah.
Whether we're talking about, what did you call it? Zoonotic diseases.
Yeah.
So what would be possible pre-interventions that to say it is possible to have a disease like Ebola, because it's not everybody who runs around eating, animals or that I would see a multi-layered approach because it's not just medical, it's not just physiological. We're talking about social justice issues, we're talking about environmental, we're talking about climate, we're talking about socioeconomic issues like poverty and things like that, that forces people to go into the forest to search for food in 2026, for example. Okay?
Yeah.
So they're layered.
Yeah.
But how do you have a multi-layered approach to say, can we not be talking about diseases like Ebola in 2026 for something that came up 50 years ago? 50 years ago. But we're still having 28,000 people, 4,000 people in the thousands being affected by this disease.
Yeah.
But what would it need to be in place? Because the woman in the market who is selling monkey meat, for example, wherever, is not doing it because she says, oh, how about I go slaughter a monkey? No, there's a socio-economic issue that is pegged to her activity. So how are we going to say, on the medical point of view, how do we start to talk about disease eradication by approaching all of these layers?
Yeah. What you've described are what you call the social determinants of health. And yeah, you're right. Health is at the end of this long line. It is a consequence of either investing in these social determinants or ignoring them. Yeah, health or the lack of it is a consequence. So it just means it's a whole of government approach, which is what we try to do ourselves. And I think the government is working hard to address some of those determinants.
For Kenyans who are listening to you right now, in terms of disease preparedness, whether it's Ebola, whether it's any other virus that we do have in the country, because it's a disease burden, whether you like it or not, what would be your message to them in terms of, number one, being champions, number two, being first responders as well, and just investing in knowing exactly where the country is at when it comes to dealing with diseases?
Okay, so my first message would be not to panic and not to consume information that is not verified. Because that can cause many problems down the line. Trusted sources of information: the Ministry of Health website, the Kenya National Public Health Institute website, just knphi.org, or our social pages. We are giving information. Number two is just to stay informed. This information is on the internet. You can get it, stay informed, but also be vigilant within your community.
Indeed.
If you feel you've traveled to an area where there's Ebola, you come back home, maybe you're feeling sick, go to hospital. Really go to hospital. But specifically for Ebola, if you're with someone who you think is sick, maybe a family member, encourage them to go. Before they get that result, do not interact with them so much. Okay? It is important they go to hospital, get the attention, so that we know the next steps. Because it is transmitted very easily, through bodily fluids, human to human. That's a human transmission, bodily fluids, even touching contaminated surfaces. So we need to be very careful. We need to keep our areas clean, washing our hands, the basic stuff, the stuff we are doing in COVID.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Those things will protect you. Washing your hands or using a sanitizer, keeping your areas clean.
Indeed. From the Kenya National Public Health Institute under the Ministry of Health, Dr. Victoria Kanana is the Public Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Lead and has been with us this morning talking about Ebola preparedness and response. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, everybody, for being in the Situation Room this morning. We end it now and have a wonderful rest of the day. Good morning. It's now 10 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.